Barklord is supposed to show up. I don't know that I have very long, or how long I should stay, but because that is your programming. Let's move some stuff around, for example. I wonder if I should change that. I lost my train of thought with this code. To move those, should I change that or just go and make the class? I'll change this. Okay, well, I'll be right back. What? It's not exciting? There's my dog. Daisy, stop. So, yeah, this might not work out if somehow the wires are crossed or something. Guess I could show you the work that I'm doing. It's proprietary. I mean, it's going to be open source. It's related to some stuff I've already open sourced, but the stuff I'm working on right now is in a private repository. I don't know. Excuse me. Oh, there we go.
Hey there.
Hey, I'm broadcasting already. So it worked.
Sorry, I just had to run to the store really quick.
I was thinking about putting it in the description, but then I realized that's actually kind of better. Let's leave it over there.
What's that?
Well, I usually put the link right in the description and just take my chance with trolls.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I was realizing that's actually better. If somebody else wants to join, they can leave a comment on the video. Oh, I did bring that up, I think.
Okay.
So how are you doing?
I'm doing really well, man. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty good, yeah.
Well, it's St. Patrick's Day, so I've been having a few beers, but I totally deserve a little bit of downtime, so I don't feel bad about it. It was a long weekend. I'm
Yeah,
having the Guinness Milk Stout tonight.
sounds heavy.
It is a little bit, but it's good. Not very strong, but it's good. Anyway, I was watching your video earlier tonight about perception and about the what you were using the example of the color blue, and you were having your interaction with Hythloday. And do you actually consider perception or sensation to be an abstraction? Do you prefer to use that language?
Yeah, I think so because I even think it's been proved a little bit, or at least logically proved, which could be a problem, like a Zeno's paradox, where the problem is in the proof or whatever, right? But um, yeah, because I mean, the simple thing that we know that the blue we experience is some sort of digital paint or neurological paint, right? That it's not in the fact that a wavelength and there's color blind and all of this stuff. So we know the separation and it's mental. That's really enough. But also, a big thing is Lakoff makes an argument that the brain is necessarily categorizing in the sense that the eye has a certain number of neurons that go to the retinal cells, right? And there's a smaller number of nerves going out the optic nerve. So you've already combined things of similar color in general is how it's going, right? Like a patch of red pixels near each other in your retina just gets sent out, basically compressed. We don't know how, but I mean, from a reductive or boundary analysis, it takes all of that little pattern and it says, here's a blotch of red and it's shape number 5, or however it, does the compression down into some, set of signals that's smaller.
But
And that's essentially a categorization even, right? So the brain is categorizing and the categories are abstractions. So yeah.
But are all of these things that you're talking about as things, the neurons, the rods, the brain, and all of those things, are they in themselves abstractions, or is there something, are all of those things distinct things before they become perceptions?
I do believe in a physical reality that we have evidence that there's a real thing out there that we're connected to, right? I think there's
So,
other arguments that even if we're in a matrix, that there's things besides my
right.
conscious mind, even my unconscious mind, and but the thing is, the brain being, it also seems, looking at all that materialism, that the brain, yeah, is this, like, I like calling it a pattern matching machine, but that's really emphasizing what we think we're doing. Like we're doing something, right? But it's definitely something that creates a bunch of abstractions. Like it should be called maybe an abstraction machine. We know it's getting this information and models and using circles, right? We love circles from math, but we know the brain actually, not just circles, but curves and arcs, it decomposes those too, right? A graceful curve is one stroke in the mind. This is all, geometric abstraction that the brain's producing by the time we. So another thing I'm emphasizing, I guess, is how, we are this little thing inside this world of all the information, and we're not at the start of the process. We're receiving something that's already downstream from all the kinds of reasoning that we formalize. That's my
Yeah.
position.
So, but when you're just sitting there, let's take it down to like a Zen sort of experience where you're just sitting with your perceptions. Even that, like there's an abstraction there, like where you are perceiving your abstractions or your perceptions. But just let's say you're just sitting there experiencing. When you look out and see the clouds or the blue of the sky, are they inside of you? Are they, if you do self identify with that which is in worlding that experience? or do you self-identify with the conceptualizing process of mapping and verbalizing your experience? Because you can do either one. You can self-identify with that which is creating the experience, but in a mysterious way, because you can't really know what precedes your experience.
Right. I live with a belief personally. Okay, so one thing is when you come up with this philosophical stuff for decades, I think it's natural, or at least I always wanted to see if you can live in accordance with it. You know, if you believe in determinism, then part of that philosophy would be, yeah, actually, like the sun rising. I've actually spent a lot of time trying to picture myself as the sun's rising, holding onto the side of a sphere, you know, that's spinning. I try to visualize that, right? So
Yeah,
in that respect, I think we're in a hallucination of reality, right? We're in a
but it
holodeck
matters.
with camera. Yeah.
But
But the way I actually live is, yeah, I feel really connected to that, because I also think that with the information approach to this, you see how, of course, we're not the whole world. Solipsism isn't really a possibility because of the fuzzy boundaries that go off into my subconscious, which also seems very much a part of me and yet not. And then out into the world. And then when you get a materialist view, everything's molecules. So guess what? I'm not isolated. I'm not an island from everybody else just because I have my own train of thought. In reality, obviously, I'm sharing the same informational mechanics or
some
physical
of it,
mechanics. Something
you're
is
sharing. Yeah.
right, because that comes down to this the one leap of my epistemology that is a leap, but it makes total sense, but is that other people have sentience too, right? That's not an illusion. Or if it's, I can't prove it, I'm going to go ahead and say, obviously they do. And I believe practically you're beat into it. If you have older siblings, you're going to have to acknowledge the sentience of other. And, you know, so once you do that, then there's a space in between these sentience and informational space. Information I have and you don't, and vice versa, and information we both have. And then becomes obvious to triangulate on, hey, neither one of us has information about what it's like in Rwanda on Thursdays, you know? And so and that really regains the fact that there's an external world. Whether we're in a matrix, the external world is the rest of the database. If we're in Vishnu's dream, the external world is all the rest of the dream we're not taking part in. And, you know, one way or another. And so I think it's possible to, I don't think that's in contradiction. The admission that I'm in a holodeck that's trying to be a hallucination of reality, which just means the mapping's good. It's trying to be a good map. It's not
Right.
trying to be everything. A map
Right.
doesn't try to be
It's
infinite
trying to
detail.
be it's trying to be a useful map that matters to
Right.
the organism that's experiencing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. You know, I was thinking, like, can I just, one side thing? What do you think about, one thing we think about maps is they fail to have an infinite detail, as if they would want to. But in reality, making a map and like the art of that, there's more, every map, every good map has tons of more room for detail they could have put in. Right? There's empty
right,
spaces where words
could
could have
have.
gone. And that doesn't help a map. Part of a map is you don't want to,
Focus.
yeah, you have
Yeah.
a fine grain resolution that you're not really going to use all the way down there. It's like finding the sweet spot of, I'm like, you know, you go to
Or there
it's just
or
the
there are
trail. There's
different
nothing but the
purposes.
trail on the map. That's important. That helps the map.
Yeah. Some maps are for streets, some maps are for topography, some maps are for you have different
Yeah,
purposes.
right. That's a part of it. Exactly. Because, right, you're aiming for some sort of sweet spot that isn't like infinite detail that you could never get anyway. So, but
But here's
to
the
me, if
thing.
the world's information, that's our direct link. The
But
material world looks like,
is experience smaller than your brain? In
yeah,
here
yeah,
here's
right. That's why there's this unconscious. It looks like our conscious mind is this little teeny tiny, you know, centimeter of it,
but
right?
that's really disturbing to me when I really think about it, because it means that our actual bodies that are creating experience are intermingling with each other in a way that we can never fully comprehend.
Yeah.
Because if you and I, like if you shake hands with somebody or you're sharing some space with somebody and you're perceiving the same objects, it means that either the perception of the objects are completely separate in different brains in a spatially like distinct way, so that there are multiple, like if I hold up a bottle of beer and two people are perceiving it, there are actually two perceptions that are physically distant from one another existing in two different brains, or
Hmm.
those two brains are overlapping in a way so that the experience of each is like um, almost seamlessly interwoven with each other.
Right. Right.
How, I mean, how can that be? I
Well,
don't.
I think when you look at it this way, I'm trying to put it now with the film strip, where it's just another way of putting that is like that's pure information, and so you're receiving information and it's actually physically connected. In other words, the material reasoning of you got a photon is the same thing, it's the same thing logically as it is physically. That photon coming to your eye is like a premise proving itself true at step 5 in the argument. So your connection to the actual beer is it's entailed in a logical and physical simultaneously, right, where they're the same thing, and it's kind of like math is in the universe. That argument is
But
part would be part of it.
when you say the actual beer, you're talking about the experience of it,
Right.
or
Well,
are
no,
you
no, no, no,
talking
no, no,
about
no, 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 I'm
the
talking about the
truth?
fact that there's a phenomena that if you died, I would still see it, and if we all died, it would
Okay.
still be there. I believe that there's things outside of the fact that I'm currently living. That's a hard argument to make, but I mean, you know.
Um,
But what I'm saying is, here's just a poetic way of putting it. If two people, okay, ignore all the details of this metaphor. I'm putting people in a dream, but non-dream, and using a physical metaphor. Two people are looking down a glass tube at each other, a twisty glass tube, right? So the light's bouncing. You can imagine they see each other, but it's funhouse probably looking, right? Through a glass tube that's maybe bent or something, and they could see each other. That's the kind of connection you have, right? You have a logical entailment, like every turn of that and every reflection that is at an exact angle. Of course, you end up with a a funhouse distortion because it's not made to keep the fidelity of like measurement fidelity or whatever you want to call the 2D
yeah.
image. It doesn't have a good focal plane or anything, but the information's coming through to you. And that's the kind of connection I see between two people watching the same object. So when we, as evolutionarily, we've just said to ourselves, we're having the same experience. Both of us are watching the fireworks. That's what we always said. It's
Yeah.
not really technically true, but the reason it works so well is we're looking at this glass tube at the fireworks in each other, and all the information is triangulating, right? Like if you have quantum uncertainty, not a problem. You've got 50 billion zillion photons and everything that are the same as logical entailments, the same as a footprint means a foot went there, every photon. And so there's actually a really strong connection informationally, because when you have a physical event connecting people, it's easy to say, yeah, but I have this cell wall and I'm locked in my own brain, right? But when you have a logical entailment, then the connection is truly there, whether you know or not. Like your cultural connection to me, and the reason we might think the same as, I don't know, even white Americans, even just or whatever we have in common, it's there whether we know about it or not.
Yeah.
And that's more a logical entailment thing. A physical, it's like, no, I got a lead wall and you really don't affect me. Whereas we're way more connected than that. Or another thing about the connection is, it occurs to me, the light comes and hits the eyes. That's actually the energy that starts the chain reaction, right? So it is actually the light. You know what I mean? It's like RFID. It's the reader that gives it energy to do its little processing. The light actually hits our brain, becomes energy in our brain, and that's directly from the beer, right? Some of which is reflecting off of you and hitting the beer and then hitting my eye. And so all of those entailments, to me, I feel like it's a total connection. Where it's an issue is this epistemological thing. Though really the other thing I think that's a problem with Hythloday on this is that he says go ahead and accept his idea of that existence is either you have a place or you're an abstraction. There's two kinds of existence, right? It's sort of a subtle assertion that those are distinct, which he says, I can do that with my logical, even if you say one set is empty, I can do that. Okay, you want to have these two sets, and he says, accept it for the purpose of argument. I accept it for the purpose of argument. And he says, but you also have to affirm the validity of it as a truth. Well, it's like, for the sake of argument means I'm going to assume it's true. And then we're going to see where that leads. That's it. You can't say, and you have to actually say it is true.
Oh.
No, that's the whole point. So it's almost an issue of the argument. I'm curious if you even see, I mean, this, what you asked me already showed me.
Yeah.
See, to me, it's obvious that the film strip metaphor is all about, it's a bunch of photographs. It's already separate from the thing that it's of.
Yeah.
Why would, but anyway, on his distinction, I think it's really a matter of the argument. I'm curious what you think about whether that counts, or if you even noticed as demanding that I agree with your conclusions, but in the form of premises.
I didn't see his whole argument on that video. I saw your video about the cover.
Did you see? So did you understand from that his premise is he wants to start with an idea of existence where there's two kinds of existence. Either a thing has a place, which I say is just like Descartes's res existans or whatever it is, or extenstantia or whatever the extension, things that sort of, have a location. I would say a modern way of putting it that's better is just things that are tangible and things that are intangible. And in Descartes, it's the cogitans, the things in the mental world, but he calls that an abstraction. So I can easily accept that. That's a classic dualism. I can accept and think, I can think of arguments from that point of view and even remember thinking that way. I mean, I really think that's the major Western cultural way of thinking about this kind of stuff, that there's a sort of dualism. Maybe it doesn't count, but obviously there's a distinction. Whereas I say, no, everything's an abstraction if you want to get into it, but also everything's physical, because all the abstractions, if they're dominoes, they're just at the end of the domino line. They still have physicality in them. But
even if we don't perceive all the connections, you think that there is isn't that an assumption though, that it's not really scientifically verifiable necessarily?
Well, it is. Yeah. It's an assumption, right? Because it's that's why it's a reductive or boundary condition assumption, right? That there's nowhere else for them to come from. When I have an idea I got from my uncle, I'm going to assume that one way or another it came from the thing, and that it might have errors in it. It came from the thing, but got it backwards as well. But
assumption that it comes from someplace we don't perceive.
I mean, what we have classically, right? Or do you acknowledge this? To me, it seems obvious, and also from the undergraduate philosophy, what they were trying to tell me, that we have these ideas, that these received opinions and logical ideas about reality that we go ahead and adopt, right? And they have to have come from somewhere. And classically, there's been a theory that, well, they might come from the fact that we have axioms. How do we figure them out? We figured them out from the real world, but they're unconnected. Or God told us. They're the thoughts God would have, or whatever. They're obviously true. Shut up. That's the classical view, is actually that maybe, and really up to Gödel, people were out in the open looking for self-proving axioms to replace God. God is the self-causing entity,
Yeah.
and we lost God. But you know what? Maybe we were onto something. There's some self-proving axioms of
No,
arithmetic, and that failed, is
I don't
what I
think it's
think.
necessary. Yeah. I see. I'm just now getting into Barkley, and I think he's so fascinating. I don't care about his God stuff, but I've been investigating him historically. I went to Derry, I went to the church, I talked to this dude that brought me up into where he used to live, and then I went down. I went to the west coast of Ireland to where W.B. Yeats was, and then I had to do a presentation on James Joyce, and I found all these fucking documents and articles by some scholars that link James Joyce and Barkley together as like that was his main artistic epistemological influence was George Barkley. I just think it's so amazing because he brings people to their senses as the starting point. And I just love that. And but I don't know if
Yeah.
you watched my earlier video today. I was trying to talk about the blue sky in the same way as we see like this blue or this black coffee scoop. And we in our if we assume that there's a brain that is assembling the experience of this, there's the blackness, there's the feeling of the shape of it, and there's the sound of it, and they all happen in different places of the brain. The experience that we think of as the object happens in different places spatially, so-called spatially, in a larger dimensionally larger thing called our brain that is bigger than our experience. So in what sense can we say that it has a location?
Yeah.
It doesn't really have a location.
Location is an abstraction that we pull out of
It
the
is.
fact that we can make correlations. And the reason it's so awesome and even better than our raw data is because, yeah, it's triangulation. We got sound, we can put that in space. We got tactile, we can put that in space. We can see it, we put that in space. The fact that they all line up is like when they figured out the speed of light 5 different ways, right? What's the speed of electromagnetic? They did it various different ways, measuring it, and you come to the same answer. So that's triangulation of having, like, why are they called 5 senses? First of all, let's just say they are 5 senses, but let's also mention that touch is actually 5 or 10 senses, right? Heat is separate nerves from pain, is separate nerves from pressure and whatnot. But the 5 senses, what do they have in common to me is that, well, they're really good at correlating spatially. That's what makes us think space is such a great idea. But out and out saying that, therefore, the object has this location, let's start from that, is wrong. And my explanation of it is through this film strip thing. Because like you're saying, when you really look at the film strip, it's also like cause and effect. If you look at the film strip, cause and effect, cause is supposed to come before effect. You have the cause and then the effect happens. Well, when I push the glass of water across the table, the cause and the effect happen at the same time. So that becomes a complication through the fact that our data is actually telling us cause and effect. And when you think about it, it makes sense, right? Because, oh yeah, the cause is causing the effect. When? Right then, when the cause is. Afterwards, it's just whatever, the dominoes are doing. It's falling. Now I pushed it off the edge. So I definitely think that's true with objects, that in we're deep down enough in this stuff we're trying to talk about that we need to recognize the data is that multi-channel thing, that there's sound, boom, and sometimes, and that the textual, that our feeling of space can be magnified. You know how the homunculus, it depends. Are you touching it with your back or your finger or your tongue about how big it is and stuff? That all of this stuff
Right.
is raw
Well, that's
data.
another thing too. Like in your brain maps things, like your hands are mapped in a larger part of your brain than, let's say, just an object that you experience, because it's not as essential to your being as your hands or your face are. So the amount of sensory experience over your neurons is larger than things that might be out in the distance that are actually really, really big or just something
Yeah.
next. But your brain
Right.
is actually larger than everything you experience.
Yeah. Right.
And, but I want people to experience their reality that way. I want
Which
people
way?
to to transcend their experience, not to leave it behind, but to realize that if they think that they are physical beings and they think that science is points to that there is a brain that is creating their perceptions, that means that they are larger and inclusive of the farthest away objects that they can experience in the distance. That is within them. That
Right.
is part of their fucking being. And I want people, I don't know.
No, no, that's a big part of it. That's why I also, this is the thing I'm saying about how I think the informational view I'm trying to push at this point is connects us in that way, because that's the whole thing. That we are actually, if you're like the idea that a weather phenomena or a storm, it's really everything around that weather storm. What's causing the tornado? It's not like I'm a tornado, I caused myself. No, it's everything around it. The environment creates a tornado at that point. And then, and if we're the same kind of thing, we're just chemicals, a nice mechanical view. We're just a chemical. We're like the weather. We're what's going on in the universe at our location. And it's mostly influenced by things, right here. How much sugar do we have within the metabolism? But it's actually affected by everything going out to galaxies with,
Yeah.
imperceptible amounts of gravity. Then, because we are caused by the environment, that's another thing that's like, yeah, it's not just poetic that you actually don't stop at your skin and boundary, and rather than being isolated, everyone is an island, which is what I always thought is when I was younger. If anything, there's the opposite fear of, and this is the fear we seem to be living through, like a lot of people trying to talk to each other on the internet, see this kind of thing of, no, the problem is we're too connected. Or I saw a meme that was like, in the future, everybody's going to hope that they're anonymous for 15 minutes, instead of famous. And it's like the outside world is actually, oh my God, I'm not disconnected. Like,
Right.
oh my
It,
God, I actually
it,
did understand the rest of the world. I was hoping what I thought couldn't be true, you know?
people
So,
were wishing that they had some kind of identity again or specific.
yeah, well, because I'm a big individualist in a lot of different kinds of levels. And I always thought, they say no man is an island. And I thought I was clever. And I still think it's kind of clever. It's still sort of my angle, but I just realized its weaknesses of, no, every man is an island. And we're all like solipsistic, trying to establish connections through these thin. And really, no, because the information shows you and me are 99.99% the same genes, even though we're not that closely related by our standards, and et cetera, et cetera. That, like, the idea that we have this big separation is the ludicrous thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that we do have such similar genetics means that our experiences will be correlative, and we will manifest like when we're enworlding an experience. There should be a significant amount of correlation between similar mammals. But this is an interesting thing. Like, I remember way back when I first got on YouTube, we were having a discussion about, not you and I, but somebody, I think it was actually Rosebush. We were talking about the reality of dinosaurs. I was just at the Ulster Museum yesterday, and we were taking pictures of the dinosaurs there, the skeletons, and they didn't experience the world in any kind of a way that we would have experienced, that we experienced the world. So when we talk about the world in terms of colors, what did the dinosaurs look like? It doesn't really make it. It's not a meaningful thing to even ask. It doesn't. They didn't look look like anything that we would think that they would
You
look
mean
like.
not because
Look at each
we don't
other.
wait. You mean not because we don't know what they are, but you
We
mean
didn't.
because they didn't
We didn't.
no creature on earth had the colors we have
Right.
in order to
There's
see
no
it.
perception. There's no human perception back then. There's only dinosaur perception back then. And so that is
Which
the
is
quality
probably like monochrome or two.
or
Yeah,
whatever they were.
one of the more primitive. Yeah, I mean, it hadn't evolved yet. Funny.
But
Yeah.
to call them, to describe them to ourselves is maybe useful to ourselves, but it's not actually what was
Well,
experienced.
but yeah, it's kind of, isn't
back
a
then.
similar thing as if we're talking about the colorfulness of flowers. There's an inherent complexity in that. Obviously, they evolutionary. Uh, they look one way to bees and one way to us, a different
Right.
pattern.
Or maybe they
And
smell.
both of them are intentional. Now, maybe it doesn't care what we see, and it's all for the bees. But I think it's a little bit for everybody, and it's sort of like, so yeah, what color is the flower is sort of a similar question. And if you're at a time when there was no human vision or even
Right.
advanced mammal
Homo
vision,
sapien, yeah.
then yeah, what because these colors of a living creature are actually evolutionarily to attract the mate. So it really matters what the mate, or to show red to an adversary. So it really matters what the adversary's vision is and what its color perception is, not humans. Yeah, it's a very human centric kind of question.
Well, I've even seen documentaries about the way elephants perceive things, and their sense of the world, their spatial sense of the world, is put together by their sense of smell. They have a huge and their hearing, but their worldview is is like spatially connected to their sense of smell, and like they reach out chemically with their olfactory senses. So I don't know. It just seems like they must be perceiving a completely different reality than what we have access to.
You
And
know,
I
I was
don't know.
thinking of this old thing again. I'm curious what you think about it because it's in the same kind of vein of what, and I was trying to look up just yesterday or the day before what scientists or people might say about it. But with bats, and they've got their sonar, we know pretty much how it works. Plus, I did read an article of a blind guy that would go around and click, and he can tell like the difference between a tree and a house, and he can do a
Oh,
lot
really?
just by the. Well, that's what the article said. It was just one article. That could always be exaggerated. Sounded like the guy definitely clicked around and thought it helped. I would imagine it probably helps,
Like
or
with
else
his
he would
voice?
fake it. Yeah, it would just click. And then the click you hear back, because if you pay it close attention, you do that kind of a click, you do get a little echo. Hard to imagine you could tell the difference spatially and stuff. But anyway, with we do know how the sonar works. Do you imagine, like, I kind of imagine that bats would experience sonar more like a visual thing than a sound thing, right? Like they would see a little
Well,
image.
it's interesting you bring that up though, because I was a sonarman in the Navy,
Mhm.
and we had visual readouts of active and passive sonar.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's just a natural thing to, I mean, maybe they have a completely different quality. It's not a vision
Right.
thing.
Who knows? Yeah. There's obviously got to be a spatial component, but even a worry that somebody's looking at you from behind has a spatial component. That doesn't necessarily, like a
It's a
lot of spatial components are like, I'm getting a scared feeling from that direction doesn't mean it's like vision. But I imagine it would be like vision because to me, it seems like you're using sound at a frequency to make a visual thing, and I would suspect, or a similar thing is, how animals or cats especially are sensitive to motion, humans to a certain degree, but certain retinal
Yes.
cells. And in the cat eye, I remember a couple decade ago or so, somebody was studying the cat eye and seeing how it was wired, and because it was actually wired in a way that if you made a CCD that way, it's got a second CCD that's exactly looking for differences. In other words, it gets brighter when there's motion. So I imagine that a dog or a cat, uh, when something's moving, their eyes actually wired that it gets bright. The motion they perceive as
Um,
brightness. you know, as a color or a brightness, a visual color at a space smeared out like a visual, you know. So I mean, anyway, but we can never know. But that's one of it's there's a famous, you probably read the familiar with, there's a famous philosophical paper about, you know, stop fooling yourself. You can't imagine what a bat's extra sense is like. But I
Okay.
actually
Yeah.
think you can now, because I think, wait, these constructions are similar. There's similar principles of engineering to how you could do, you know, this stuff can work, and it does overlap, even if there's a different wavelength. Thanks.
You have people bringing drinks to you?
Bringing me, yep, she brought me a beer so I can join you, and
All right.
sandwiches. But it would be rude to eat the
Oh,
sandwiches. Yeah, my wife's really sweet to me.
oh, must be rough.
So,
So how
yeah,
are you things up in Maine? You just went on like a tour somewhere, didn't you? Didn't you go on a long trip?
down
Road-
to Virginia. It's like a 14-hour drive, or 12 hours of driving takes us 14 hours. I have family down there. My mom, uncle, aunt.
That's all. That East Coast is. I've never had to drive up and down it, but I've been out there a few times.
It's great. I mean, because I'm from California, you have to drive that long. It's hard to stay awake on Highway 5 or whatever through the
Yeah,
desert. And over here, it's just beautiful. Forest, you know,
a lot of traffic.
Maine to Massachusetts. Well, kind of, there can be. Yeah, there's a lot of traffic by rural standards, but what I do is I go down around Boston. Right before I hit Boston, I head over to Pennsylvania, and then I go down kind of the back thing into the Shenandoah Valley, and that misses it. And yet still it's like a city, because it looks like you're in Connecticut. It looks like the country, but there's little 10 and 15 and 20,000 person little mini cities or towns
Yeah.
every 5 or 7 miles. So yeah, the road will be full. It'll be 4 lane. And but the thing is, it is really beautiful. The forest over here,
Did you
I
have
was not prepared
Gary's
to
house?
realize how beautiful it was. What?
Did you have to drive by Gary's house?
It does go kind of close enough. I don't. Do you remember on the way when I moved out here? I went through. Yeah, the if Google Maps was telling me where to go. Yeah, I basically go within 30 miles. Where like for 10 extra minutes upstream, you go that way. Yeah, I could visit Gary regularly if he wasn't so mean.
He pretends to be mean. He's really not that mean. That's
I don't
funny.
know. That's what I used to think.
You think he is that bad?
Yeah, he's mean.
Oh, funny.
I
Well,
think the
yeah, we
thing
got
about Gary is he seems easy to understand in a certain way. You know, about cares about animals, is not really mean. It seems straightforward, like why he doesn't get along with, you know, talking to people, um, or acknowledging a difference of opinion and moving on, or you know. But in general, you know, my thing is I'm kind of got a second or third or whatever win for making videos, but partly it's just like the Nietzschean thing of just bite the head of the snake off, Zoroaster, right? The
yeah.
snake bit Zoroaster's tongue, and it's like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Eventually, just bites the head of the snake off. It's like, okay, it's a metaphor for just go ahead and talk, you know, say
Yeah.
your opinions. But I have to say, I usually get my head around some aspect of any phenomena that's like, what's that all about? In in discussion, at least, but I don't really get it. You know, I think it's hard for me to explain with Gary or Hythloday or a lot of other people. Um, like I've been told I lie a lot, and I don't understand that. You know, I might be lying to myself sometimes and things like that, but I don't understand where, like, what is that?
They don't understand the world the way you do, so they assume you must be dishonest about what you really think, maybe. Or you're misrepresenting other people's views. Because Gary, that was a common thing that I felt Gary always said, was that he would always say that you're misrepresenting what he thinks. And I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I've started to realize that I'm not an argument. I use philosophy so that I can maybe create some kind of art out of it. I don't pretend that I'm ever going to have any particular articulate argument against anybody's point of views or anything like that. I've given up on. I've. It's funny, especially when it comes to political philosophy, because I read they overload us with all these articles from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. And I'm like, oh, really? So these articles haven't really changed the world yet, have they? Nobody, nobody has really made any headway on these particular issues in 50 years now. So why I'm going to, but.
No, it's a huge thing though, because, like the rock star phenomena goes from thing to thing. And at one point you might have a rock star phenomena go on with physicists. Yeah. And then there's a famous, ape researcher that gets it. And it's partly those people bring that, but also it's like its time has come. A lot of people had that hobby. We're paying attention at the right moment that a charismatic person comes along. So I kind of think like with philosophy, it's been in the loop for a long time, right? And even in sometimes you want to call an era the Dark Ages because they don't have a lot of philosophers we cared about anymore, but it actually kept happening, and those scholars will go, oh, it wasn't dark, it was still happening, and every 50 years there was a rock star philosopher. Right now we're missing our rock star philosophers. Like, who's the last one? The Sartre?
Probably Marcuse.
No, but not rock star like Einstein, like people that give a shit about physics know the name. Like Quine should have been that. Quine was pretty cool. He could have been that. No, we have this stupid, it's partly the fault of the culture but it can't be all their fault, but of not having a sentiment of keeping its eye open for, hey, here's a cool philosopher. The best you have is older philosophers being rediscovered. Like in the 60s, it was like, hey, Nietzsche wasn't a Nazi. He was this guy. Let's learn him, but that's from the late 1800s. So I think that's a big problem. Somebody does have to come along and make, that's why you don't see the world changing. You can't blame philosophy in the sense that it is actually progressing. Right, there are really cool progression of ideas, but it's getting way out ahead, and it might be wrong. You don't want to get too far out ahead.
I think a lot of times too. I think a lot of those older philosophers, even from the Middle Ages, whether it's like Aquinas or something, they'll have certain arguments that they've made or certain insights that they've had that may be relevant in different decades into the future. Like now, they might have some relevance to an idea that we have right now. Overall, their philosophy is kind of in the dust, but it's like a clock is right twice a day if it's stuck, right? It'll be right about some things, but it's not always relevant to everything. But I'm to say I have this philosophical theology class right now, and I'm so frustrated with it. I'm a little embarrassed about it because as an atheist who happens to be interested in things like that, especially when they are related to Neoplatonism or modern, because I'm not familiar with modern theology at all, but I can't stand it. I just think it's just garbage. It's awful. And I'm having a hard time. A lot of it is just propositional logic. And so I feel like, okay, I just have to take a position and argue for it. But I can see so many holes in any argument that I make based on, like a question, for example, can God know tensed facts about the present moment or the future or the past. And I just want there's so many different articles that I have to sift through,
Wait,
and
what's the title of this class? You have to accept the
it's philosophical.
theological premise?
No. I don't have to accept any of it. It's just it's philosophical theology, and we're talking about basic.
Right.
Like this paper I have to write in the next week or so. We can choose from a number of different topics, but I've decided to. I did a presentation on middle knowledge, which I think it's just so ridiculous. I can't even begin to explain it right now. I still don't think I even understand it. But my presentation was on a refutation of middle knowledge. But I've decided to do my paper on, can God know facts about the present moment? And I don't even know how to approach it, to tell you the truth, because it depends upon whether you define God as absolutely simple, like Aquinas would have, or Parmenides maybe, or if you define God as being temporal. And in what sense was he temporal? Is he temporal in the sense that does he adopt a view of time that is like Einsteinian block time, or does he have a view of time that is into your intimate thoughts of the present moment? Can he tell that you are going to wear a certain type of shirt tomorrow and things like that? I'm like, no. I mean, what? You just have to adopt a belief about it and argue from that point of view, and it's ridiculous. It's just fucking ridiculous. I can't. I mean, how can I write a paper with a straight face about something where I know that I'm just choosing to believe a certain premise? And then
Seems like you have to take it like a Lewis Carroll, logic
yeah,
game.
I mean, it's
Because
only
like I could see the fun of going with the, hey, God knows past and present and future. Let's accept the omniscient thing. And so yeah, that it eradicates tense. Boom. Now we're arguing from that. But it's a little bit like science fiction. I would have trouble with a class like that. I never took any. I did take the philosophy of religion,
this is
2 parts, and I had a great Sanskrit guy with the theory of language that was one of my favorite. Fritz Stahl was one of my favorite. But anyway, because somebody on YouTube actually pointed out to me that I'm an ichtheist.
okay.
My main argument is you have to define it. I've always put it like if somebody says Jimi Hendrix is God, I'm like, yeah, Jimi Hendrix exists.
Okay.
But he's dead. Well, then he exists. Some people think Newcastle is God. Yes, it exists. Which led me to the idea that God is really a thing you ought to worship. And so the question of if God exists is there a thing you ought to worship? That's the real. But in a class, you're going to have to make that assumption. But that's also kind of funny. So, I mean, they are kind of like I was saying with Heithla Day, being asked to assume something for the sake of argument sounds like the kind of class where, like in a theology college, you have to at least admit that God is sensible enough concept to discuss.
Well, that's the
which
problem.
Is hard. That's hard already.
None of the ideas that have been presented have been satisfactory to me, and I thought I was pretty open-minded. I don't want to be. I had to email the teacher 6 weeks ago or so and say, I'm really having a problem with this because it's not because he was really upfront about the fact that he doesn't expect you to believe in God. He just wants you to be able to argue with these premises, but I can't seem to be able. I can't make an argument with things that I just don't see any coherence with from the get-go. Like, what do you mean? Can God know facts about the present moment? I mean, what is the point of knowing such a thing? Is ultimately the motivation for knowing that because we need to know how to hide from God? I mean,
Yeah.
what it it seems to mean to me from a scientific point of view, if the present moment is our perception, it means that God has some kind of overlap with our personal consciousness. And if that's the case, then there is no separation ultimately between God and me. God has everything that I experience plus whatever he also experienced in addition beyond me, or she, or whatever. It's always a he in all these. But it'll go off in these really long propositional arguments. It seems like they're very thorough, and then they'll just overlook some really blatant thing, and or they'll reference some Bible verse that seems to imply that God does know, um, what somebody did on such and such a day in whatever Bible book that was, and so there we must assume that God knows what.
See, but
Like,
that's the kind I prefer. Like, I'm subscribed to.
I don't know.
I'm subscribed to some Baptists and whatnot, like in Kent Hovind and this guy Anderson. They're kind of bigots and stuff, but I just went to my mom's going to church. I went to her church down in Virginia, and I really find sermons kind of interesting. There's always a meta level of like, what do they decide to talk about? Like the one at my mom's church, which I thought there was a pretty good vibe. It turns out it's probably good for her to be going to church, but was the power of prayer, and he'd been doing it for weeks and was going to extend it. Keep asking, keep asking. I thought that was kind of funny. There's always a meta thing, but the ones I really appreciate, yeah, go from the Bible. Do the Kent Hovind thing. I believe in science. I believe in the Bible. How do I know that this Bible is right about science? Because it's the fucking Bible. We're going to fucking reverse engineer this shit, motherfucker. You know what I mean? I appreciate that logical connection and it's super complex. Again, like with the data strip thing, it's like, wow, if you take the Bible as true with all the known potential actual contradictions and interpretation, so many, it's long and there's a lot of ways to interpret semi-poetic kind of statements. There's a beautiful complexity to it. Whereas in philosophy, it's also fun, but it was a place to do a lot of the how many infinitely small angels fit on an infinitely large head of a pin, or those kinds of, like, it was. And in that case, I think it was the death knell of a religion, because religion is really more about what you were saying. Like you're saying, what they're leaving out questions of, what does this mean? Why do you want? Is this because you want to hide from God? Is this because, is this about your relationship to God? Well, a lot of the most healthy theology in terms of not being malevolent and trying to help people through their regular human lives, yeah, it's about that connection. Or even in the Baptist or fundamental Christian, it's about the fact that you're a sinner. Don't feel bad as long as you come to God and try hard. It's your relationship to God. It's not how many angels fit on the head or whether you can use past tense. On the other hand, it's a beautiful thing to be able to use theology for such a weird, what kind of creature would not use past tense? Because it doesn't make sense, like you could ask it a non-theologically, like, I'm a photon. Time has stopped for me. Can I use present tense on my situation, or should it be the future?
I mean, it is. I mean, I had no idea that there were actually theological papers written in the last 50 years about, does God know tense facts? I mean, I had no idea that that was a thing. So it's been enlightening that way. But, if God, like the very first day of class, we were talking about, is God perfectly simple? And if he's perfectly simple, then he can't have any parts. If he doesn't have any parts, then of course he can't have any motion, because motion requires parts and relative motion. And so if he's simple, if he's perfectly whole, like a whatever, Parmenidean or a Platonic singularity, then he can't really know tensed facts because he would have to divide himself into seeing specific things and he would have to partake of temporality. But we see that in the Bible, there are references to temporal things that God knows, and he responds to prayers. So he must know what you're thinking and can hear you thinking. But why does he need to know what you're thinking if he already knows what's going to happen? And so there are all these things that you can see as you're writing a paragraph that's like, well, how can I even finish this thought when it's just all mush by the end? I mean,
yeah, I would have trouble with it because, yeah, I would have trouble with it too. But on the other hand, I mean, it seems like it's a chance to have a creature. It's a chance to have an agent, because that's kind of an interesting question. Or, you know, you could ask it of Dr. Manhattan, you know, who could see through time, and the Watchmen. You know, it's like, does he know what I'm feeling right now? No, he knows the whole story of how I feel my whole life. It's a different, and it's also kind of powerful, like God's supposed to have.
Well, that's the thing about
but it's also just going over. It's like, you guys, we kind of figured this out with the omnipotent guy moving the unmovable object. Can God create something? You know, it's basically the same logical thing of finding out, oh, hey, there's other even more subtle contradictions with this idea.
Yeah. Well, like, I just was thinking yesterday, I was trying to make a facetious argument just because I was so sick of it. But I mean, if hiding places are a thing and God creates all things, that means that God created hiding places. But does that mean that you can actually go in a hiding place that God can't find you? Is that possible? I mean, if he can see, if he knows everything, then he knows where you are. But he created a hiding place. What does it mean to have a hiding place where you can't hide in? I don't.
Well, I think there's a computational solution. If God wanted you to be able to hide, he would create multiple hiding places, and then he would create a blind spot in his own vision. What was the feedback on that idea, though? That's kind of an interesting one.
I didn't get anything. I
think there's a lot of juice in an example like that, because it's similar to movable object and immovable, but that's a question of physics, and it would be good to have those examples that dig into your relationship to God. Like, why do you want to hide from God? Why? You know, and yet it's obvious why you might.
Well, here, maybe I'll just read what I wrote. I put this on Facebook just because I was exploring something. I was frustrated. And let's see, where is it here? Now because I'm live streaming, it takes so long to scroll through here. Okay.
Well, go ahead and look for it. I just want to say, I'm not bragging, but my wife loves me, or treats me so nice. She's gone vegan, and I tease her about kale and stuff. And she just brought me 3 sandwiches. They were cut in half, and they're BLTs. That's true love. Yeah.
Bacon in the house.
Yeah, even though she's a vegan, she's like, she complains about it because it's so gross meat. But yeah,
I scored some points the other day in my political philosophy class because we had this teacher from Czech Republic, and he did the lecture on Monday, and then we had a tutorial on Thursday, and he's new to the area. So since I was the old guy, he says, do you know any good places to eat around here? So I said, yeah, Maggie Mae's. You got to go. It's like a block from my house. So we went and had coffee, and I told him, because on the previous Sunday I had this particular breakfast, and it was huge. It was this big plate of like chips and eggs and soda bread and sausage and beans. It was insane. So he had that, but it was good because now I recommended the awesome breakfast to my visiting professor. Let me read this tiny little here because it's it's sort of convoluted, but I think it does point into some directions about what people actually try to hide in with theology. So, what can God know? This is a very difficult question. It depends on what one has decided to believe about God's timelessness and temporality. What do we need to know? This too is a difficult question worth answering. We need to know the answer for at least two different reasons. Can we hide? And if so, where can we hide? Uh, we have evidence that some turn to money as a particular a proper hiding place. Some turn to politics, others focus on work. We've even seen people hide in substance abuse. But the question I want to explore in this paper, and in the remaining 1900 words, is do most people hide from God in church or language? How do we know this, and why do they believe he can't find them in these places? But it was on my mind because I had just spent an entire afternoon over at the St. Colum's Cathedral in Derry, where George Barclay was the dean back like 300 years ago. So I was trying to get into that philosophical, theological mindset of anything goes with theology. Like, how do people actually hide from, and what does it mean to hide from God in church or in religion or in language or in work? It's like you're throwing yourself into a certain perspective at the exclusion of some other thing, right? It's like you're trying to parse reality in a certain way so that you don't have to see something else. And I think that is a part of what religion is. When you chop up the world in a certain way, you're leaving out something else and you're choosing to do so. Anyway,
but what do you mean? What do you think?
well,
Are you saying that you think that the issues on the hiding from God, the questions around that, you think that's a big deal in religion, in reality, or something?
well, if people are associating God with certain behaviors or certain thinking or whatever, then
Well, people
God,
associate God a lot often, I think, in naive Christianity with you can't hide from him. And yet some people do talk about hidden from the light of God, like under Satan's umbrella, like that's why you got away with it.
well,
They do talk like God didn't look in there and couldn't see. But
but
most
that means,
people would say, no, God saw and couldn't do anything, helpless.
but that means that God is completely temporal. He can see all facts of any particular point in time.
Right.
And I suppose I was I was reacting to the fact that there are positions that don't accept that. And if you don't accept if you accept the view that God is completely timeless and non-temporal, then there's no reason to hide at all. You know, God can't see anything that's happening in our temporal
Okay,
existence.
wait. So I see. So sub
Does not.
question then. So sub question. Then with that, you're saying that somebody who could see your whole lifetime, that is actually means they couldn't see an instant, because that instant would just be like part
Exactly.
of what they actually see.
If a
So they
God,
couldn't focus on a moment because they've already seen the whole thing.
well, here's an example of middle knowledge. Can God see yesterday what color shirt I'm going to wear tomorrow? If God knows what color shirt I'm going to wear tomorrow, then do I have the power to choose a different shirt? No, right? I think no. But people that believe in middle knowledge say that yes, God, well, you can't choose a different
Oh,
shirt, but you are still responsible for the shirt that you chose. It's not God's power that Even though God created
Yeah,
you,
God just knows what you decided. I could see
God
that.
knows. No, but how can his knowledge be separate from his power of creating you as you are?
Yeah, I
He,
can only imagine it because as a human, I'd create a couple toys and I wouldn't actually know everything. But he, at the moment of creating, knows everything that results, and yeah, he would have to then be
he knew
responsible for
how he
that.
made you. So he knows he's the source of how you responded and chose. So I reject middle knowledge. I mean, anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't, I don't
Do you ever
I,
see who is this old YouTuber? He still makes videos, and he pretends to be God. It was he's this great head actor, Mr. Deity. Mr. Deity. You don't remember?
no.
Oh yeah, he was. And his excuse was first season was really great, like turning building everything, but it's kind of like a Hollywood producer is God, but he's really good at the satire. But anyway, he just turned off his all-knowing vision because it was annoying.
And
you know
this is
and,
a
and when
YouTuber.
he's got, you have 1 billion voicemails, delete. you know and his wife is named Lucy, she's Lucifer, and
Hmm.
and she is kind of mean. She wants to torture everybody, but at least she's honest about it. And she's like, she's aghast. What? Just delete those? But
I I don't know.
like a
I'm
truly, truly all powerful God, you got to go to that level. He turned it off. Why? Because the game wouldn't be fun if he knew. He wanted to
right.
invent the ability to roll dice for
Not
himself. Why? Otherwise, he can't play dice. Duh.
right. It's no fun if you already know what's going to happen. I
Yeah, the all-knowing, all-powerful God is just like, oh, you mean the laws of physics that has no sentient part and isn't an actor, isn't an agent? That's what that means. I mean, the
That's not what
Greek
that
gods,
means.
where they struggle with each other, make a lot more sense for gods that could actually exist, right? The
You know, it's
omnipotent
funny.
one's a bit
I actually
self-defeating.
brought that up with my classical philosophy teacher that some of those old pagan naturalistic religions make a lot more sense. And he looked at me like because he was a math guy and he likes Plato, but he's an atheist. And he looked at me like I was crazy, but it's like, no, I think that some of those pagan religions are a little bit more easy to accept than Christianity, to tell you the truth. Or monotheism. It
Yeah.
just or like an omniscient, omnipotent monotheist. See, I'm okay with the singularity bit, that it's all one continuous completion and we just can't experience it all. I'm okay with that. I can't prove it. I can't really argue for it. But I don't think it makes any sense to say that it's conscious. You know? I
Well,
don't
that's why I was saying I think this would count as a great discovery of mine, of that the question of God is really, does God exist, is asking, does something exist you should worship? And people come up, well, yeah, you're creator. Well, yeah, you used to think you should, worship your parents. Turns out, hopefully, they're decent. You know what I mean? And so it's really, is there something you should worship? Right? It doesn't matter how powerful it is or anything else. It doesn't matter that you better not speak up to it in its face because it's more powerful. The question is, should you worship it? And that's actually a lot easier question, because we're asking, like, should you ever feel guilty? Or is there other ways? Is there other kinds of remorse? Should you feel love? I mean, even though it's this abstract emotion question, well, should you worship something? Because to me, at least, it counts as obvious at that point. It's like, no, there's respect and value and fear, and I'm willing to admit I'll react from fear and didn't talk up because it was an 800-pound. I mean, I'll admit all of these things. None of them is worship. None of them. It's impossible for me to think. Even if
by
I did
worship to me.
everything you said, it'd be because I thought you were the shit's knees or whatever, the bee's knees. Not because I worshipped you. Now, someone else might say, look, you are worshiping him. But you know what I mean? I wouldn't have to be worshiping you in
When
order
you
to have
say
some
worship,
codependent relationship.
when you say worship, you mean accept
Jen,
unquestioningly, and like an adoration that
right,
also.
that's what the question becomes. What's it even mean? I don't know. What's it even mean to worship? I think it doesn't mean adoration. I'm like, where I'm coming from is I guess I'm trying to rely on it's its own thing. It's its own kind of selfless, it's slavish, it's respectful, but I'm saying, hey, you could get the respectful and even the slave, so it really, it is, the circular part of this deconstruction of God is that there is no other word. Worship is treating it like it's a god, right? What is God? The thing you would worship. What is worship? Treating it like a god. I mean, and it wouldn't even make sense except for if we hadn't done it for 2 to 10,000 to 100,000 years. We kind of got used to this feeling of what the worship means. If I had to, yeah, it's a slavish selflessness. I think it's a giving up agency.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it's got to be for an evolutionary reason. It would have to be like in order so that you're controllable or something. I mean, like something unhealthy. It's not. I don't see a healthy. To me, you have to be religiously like zealous to see a worship as a healthy thing. And normally, it's so codependent to a narcissist kind of a. It has nothing
Well,
redeeming to it that I can see.
I see just in people that I've known that are just everyday Christians, they do subscribe to the idea that
Hold on, Jan.
whatever happens is part of God's plan, right? And if it's really terrible, then we just don't understand it properly. But then every decision you make individually, you are still responsible for, even though it's was God's plan and he knew it ahead of time. And so then
That seems
um
unfair.
and it's my I have a lot of mixed feelings about it because I like authors like particular sort of pagan type Christians like Boethius in his Consolation of Philosophy and the way he rationalizes his good life in the face of being executed for a crime he didn't commit. Um, there are situations in life that come up where you kind of have to rationalize what is your relationship to existence now, even in this fucked up state. And I've had to deal with that now because of my sister and my brother-in-law
Right,
issue.
yeah.
And when I think about my theology class in relationship to that, I really have to take a step back and try to depersonalize it because I don't want to just go on a rant about how you can't have a God who supposedly creates all of the antecedents of a certain proposition, and then the agent in the proposition is responsible for the
Yeah,
outcome of the consequent when God is the source of all the antecedents.
yeah.
If he is the one who sets up all those antecedents, knowing full well that he created the agent as well, and he knows how the agent will respond in relationship to those antecedents, then you can't make the agent responsible for the consequent.
Right, and plus it matches 100% the gaslighting of narcissistic personality disorder. It's like the total deification of it. Hey, my wife wanted me to take a break, so I'm going to take a break. Do you want it? Can you hang around? And
I can, yeah. I'll just take.
okay, well, if you want to take a break too, I'll be about 10 minutes.
Okay,
But
cool.
like I said, she's so lovely. I'm not going to question it.
Cool.
I could use a stretch. Okay, I'll be back, and I'm gonna, when we get back, I'll check any comments if there's someone else that's noticed, or I could even just say, the link is in the comments of my last video. If anybody wants to come in.
Right. Good.
Jenny, that might be fun. Well, I have returned. Let's go back to working.
Are you, what are you working on?
Programming some stuff. I've invented something that's going to be the Borg. It'll take over everything.
It looks multicolored.
Oh yeah, we got to have the multicolored editors. It's the 21st century.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty quiet over here. I was expecting to be loud party action over here, St. Patrick's Day, but not
So
too
where are
much.
you again?
I'm in Belfast.
But it's
I've been,
not loud, or is it one? Maybe it's one of those holidays. Like, yeah, no, just Americans think that.
no,
Like
it's
Cinco de Mayo. No, it is a big holiday. You just haven't been impacted.
yeah. There was a big parade today, and every town has a big St. Patrick's Day parade, and then they highlight it on the evening news, I guess. I haven't watched any television since I've been here, but there were a
You
lot
have a bunch of anti-snake bigotry, probably.
of exactly. That was funny because the parade was very anti-snake. It really was. And honestly,
Bad.
I think St. Patrick's did a good job. I haven't seen a snake since I've been here. I think it reminds me of the Gilligan's Island episode where he had the
Taste.
amulet, and Skipper or Professor said, "Gilligan, there aren't any tigers here." He said, "See how good it works."
Good old
But
Gilligan. That's a classic. I loved Gilligan. Did you ever notice how he was the only working class guy on the island and he did all of the work for them?
wasn't the skipper? The skipper
Oh
didn't do
yeah, I
anything.
guess the skipper is a working class guy, but he's like management level working class, so he didn't do shit.
Yeah, he's the manager. Yeah.
Middle management's like a working class guy that like I don't work anymore.
It's interesting here. I would have never guessed the different levels of, oh, not really hierarchy, but just, I guess there is a social pecking order from different towns have kind of a reputation as being, you know, working class or just not very sophisticated, and other towns have more prestige, and I suppose it's the same even in my state, Minnesota. But there's so much like rivalry, like all the different counties and provinces have different like sports rivalries, and they're much more than. And I think the reason for it is because they're not professional. Like in the United States, the sports are professionalized so that there's a lot of mixture between areas that aren't really related to the areas themselves. And here, the local sports teams are very much tied to the people that live there, and there's a lot of pride, and like the Gaelic football. It's a very, I don't know. You got to go back to work?
No, not really. I mean, it's real work. It's also my own side project. I've got steam on. Started thinking about doing this business with some guys locally, and I kind of stopped working on my own projects for 5 or 6 months, and then I don't know what's going to happen with that. But I kind of got the. I got a project. I made a meeting with this ecologist because I need like an expert, and so I'm just working on that. But I made a lot of progress yesterday and today. I worked till like 5. Well, no, I worked till like 3:30 and then stayed up an extra hour and a half more like. But so it feels good. It's good. I feel like I've got some energy for doing that. It's like I enjoy doing it. I'm kind of a project person, but also, I mean, I'm 51. I'm thinking like, what do you do for retirement? I mean, I can't really trust any social system. What I'd like to do is have enough extra money. I can't imagine like these like doctors are just they put away 5 million and then retire on that. It's like, well, that's not going to happen. So, I'd like to have enough money to invest in a business like you can. Like out here, you could have a camp because it's like if there's a recession and it hurts tourism. Yeah, not Maine. All the people in New York that couldn't go to Hawaii go to Maine for that summer when they had to cover for. So, but there's other things like people in the city. I know you don't necessarily have to be rich, but like retired working class people, you could like invest in like buying a laundromat. Things that sort of make money on their own. If you get enough money to buy a business like that, I can imagine that as a retirement. So, but also since it's web stuff, I have these app ideas, and they maybe do good things, and maybe you make a little money, and so it's kind of one of those ideas of so. Though mostly, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be worrying about it. It could be, but I never learned the whole. I mean, I was raised on the hippie idea of don't worry, and you can always make money later, and take a trip, and it's like, I don't really think that worked out as well. So I'm sort of like, no, I want to work really hard and try to plan for whatever's happening. But I don't know. I mean, I'm working steadily now, so maybe I shouldn't be worrying, but I kind of do.
Totally screwed. I'm gonna end up. I'll work in some capacity, probably.
Well, I always thought the baby boomers are so selfish. They'd beef up Social Security by the time they were on it. By the time I worked through, I'd have the results of what they wanted for themselves, not what the baby boomers want for other people. Other people could go fuck themselves, but who knew they were going to fuck themselves too? I just don't get it. But so I have no confidence in it, and I don't think it'll totally go away. But I mean, what is it right now? $12,000? You better have your fucking house already bought.
Yeah.
You know, you could live in your house and maybe buy food and AARP discounts or something, but it's not like, you know, I just bought this house 3 years ago and I kind of have been paying extra. Like if you pay 1 month extra a year, you can kind of bring it back down to as if it was a 15-year loan, but I got a 13-year loan and I mean a 30 and it's like 30. So I'm going to be 80. So from 70 to 80, I need to pay this mortgage. That's a
Well, you
little
could do
daunting.
that. Was yeah that the buying a house as a nest egg used to be the thing, but
Yeah.
like toward the 90s and early 2000s, people started borrowing against their houses so much
Yeah.
that down the tubes.
Yeah, and if you wanted, in my generation, I feel like if you wanted to get a house at that period, you were going to go into debt. A lot of the people that did that didn't really get to keep their house. And basically, the chance of getting, I mean, for it to be a nest egg, it has to be that thing where you pay it off by retirement,
Yeah.
right? Then you can sell it, but it's also a nest egg of I'm not homeless, you know, and I own the house, I keep up with the taxes or whatever. And that was really kind of taken away from, you know, because you got to do that in your 30s so that you have a 30-year loan and you own it when you're 60s. If you're,
Yep.
I mean, I've been struggling to do that my whole life and tried and gotten close and various stuff. But if you have to wait till you're 45 or 50 to get a house, then yeah, you're going to be old before it's
Doesn't pay to
paid
keep it.
off. Yeah. So
Unless,
and
yeah,
selling
unless
it is like, what's that about? It's not, I mean, you really don't want to sell it. You want to get a place that you then get to stay at. So selling it, it's got to be like it becomes a low cost thing. But who knows what'll happen now, though? I mean, there is a fact that socialism is now the Overton window. We have socialists openly, you know, we have non-socialists in the Democratic Party claiming to be socialists to try to get some traction. It's like Trump. That's Trump. Trump made that possible one way or another. So who knows? Maybe we'll have a social system. I mean, as a country, we certainly have enough wealth that someone like me that doesn't have that fancy of a place, but might have trouble with my mortgage from 75 to 85. As a country, it's not a hard thing that the wealth is there, but you need certain kind of social systems or things to. And it's funny too, because if someone like me who's going to have paid for most of the house, I will have actually paid the price of the house and I'll be halfway through my interest or whatever.
yeah.
Though they make you pay it the other way around technically, but you know, same thing. If I did lose my house when I have to stop working, it's just going to be more expensive for society. Helping me finish being able to stay in my house would be cheaper for society than having an 80-year-old man in the street, ambulance, ends up going in a subsidized, you know what I mean? It's just so much cheaper to let me stay at home. I probably, you know, will die here instead of, you know, $5,000 of dying underneath an overpass or whatever where they have to come out and haul me away. I mean, it would be in society's best interest to get it sorted, but I'm definitely not planning on that. I mean, I saw this thing. It was a great meme on Facebook, and it was like it was a screenshot where they were doing a thing on the generations, and they had the date range for every generation. You know, the millennials or the greater generation. They didn't call them that. The baby boomers, the millennials, Generation Y. They they skipped. They fucking skipped like 1969 to whatever it was. You know, 80 for the Gen X. It was the most Gen X things ever. They just ignored Gen X. I mean, we
Yeah.
really are this like doesn't really count. I mean, even calling us Gen X was because we can't put our finger on them. Why are they so different and unique? No, we just never paid attention to them.
Right.
We don't know what they're like. It's punk rock or something. We don't know. Whatever. Who cares,
Well,
really, right?
we grew up. Yeah, we grew up with. I don't know. It's funny because I look at culturally what I was receptive to growing up, and it was always about 10 to 15 years behind what was actually modern. Because of I lived in a small town, so the only media that we had was like way behind the times, and our education was crap. And that's that's Midwestern United States. We were fed information that was way behind the times, and it was this Reagan bubble,
Yeah.
and it was weird. I don't feel like I have a firm. I mean, honestly, like all the students that I go to school with right now, they're far more in touch with political reality than I ever was at that age. It's crazy, and they're posh boys. They're all like rich kids that get sent here mostly from England, sometimes from France or other places, but it's usually England or rich kids from here in Belfast. So I don't relate to them at all as far as how I grew up. I look around. Sometimes they look at me like, "What the fuck are you doing, man? What? Why are you here?" I don't know. Scum floats
I'm
to the.
starting to feel some generational allegiance in that. We're fucking punk rock before it got all confused.
Well, see, I
Fuck
didn't even
off, Nazi punks.
rock
You don't
until
get it.
1989 rolled around.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's generational. Still get credit. Look, I put up this thing I was talking about. See, it's like CVSN. They have the silent generation, 28 to 45. Baby boomers, 46 to 64. Then they go to millennials. Yes.
Oh,
You
can
can.
you hear me? Okay, good.
And then they have millennials, 81 to 96. So 65 to 1980, fuck you, don't even exist. The
What?
most Gen X thing ever.
Don't use that kind of language, please. I got kids.
Oh, that's your problem.
The fuck, buddy?
I just muted him.
Don't fucking mute me, dude. I'm trying to contribute.
Okay, go ahead and contribute.
You shut up, you dirty nigger.
What is this is Brad King from
See, I went ahead and put this. People in the chat said, put the link in the chat. None of them show up, of course.
yeah.
Put the link in the chat. Oh,
Generation
it's over here.
defined by birth year. It's kind of small. I can't really read it, but
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to erase it. I don't know what the fuck. How do I get out of
Generation
sharing your
X
screen?
is from 69 to like 79 or what?
Yeah, they're missing 65 to 80, which is presumably Generation X for them. Baby boomers stop at 64. Millennials start at 81. Those middle years, we don't know. We wish we hadn't had kids. They're the worst ones. Oh, my God. My oldest son. Terrible. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah. I had no idea how cool Ireland was. I took a train a couple weeks ago. Well, about a month ago, I took a train over to the Derry, and then 2 weeks ago, I took a train over to Derry again, and then I went down with a friend over to the West Coast, and we went down to like this county called Sligo, and it's the grave W.B. Yeats, and it's just beautiful country. It's like just these random hills, and even in the wintertime, it's just green, and I just feel like I was very thankful to get out of Belfast because it was stir crazy in here.
Have you gone down in Ireland much? The Ireland?
Well, yeah, I was like last weekend, but I
Oh, that included.
to the south, to
Is
the
it,
west,
it
to the west coast.
how's the Brexit thing going? I mean, are people worried? It looks like if that
Uh,
one of the things is keeping that border open one way or another. So,
I think it'll just keep on the way it is because I think the people in the EU realize that it's not worth starting any shitstorm about. But there are people that are willing to start the trouble again. If there's a border there, they will fight. But
oh,
I don't
really?
think
You
that
mean like terrorism? You think people would go to
um,
violence if they made a border again?
there are people that would do it. I don't know if it would just be a really sporadic thing like it was for
Right.
30 some years, but um, or 50 years really. But I don't know. I don't think it will come to that because I think people are really tired of living
Yeah.
that way.
I don't know to guess what would think. I wasn't thinking it would get to that level, but I mean other kinds of messes. But I don't know what to think just about. To me, it seems like if there is a no deal, it's kind of an easy out for the people that realize, the fact that you could have
Peace
easy,
out, dude.
yeah, whatever. That's ridiculous. But that it's an easy out. Like it'd be not like, oh, people might smuggle through an open border with the EU. Yeah,
No.
good. They'll need that. That's an outlet. It's not the worst thing in the world that there's a one open way, and the fact that it's Irish on both sides of that border should make it not be too like it's not going to be in. It's going to be importing things from EU, not weapons or something. You know what I mean? So, but who knows? These days, sometimes
Well,
the money doesn't seem to answer. That would be the smart thing. You want to open borders at least somewhere, but who knows? I certainly
well,
can't tell from over here.
I think the EU has specific border. They have specific requirements for imports and exports, and that requires a semi-hard border.
Hey,
And
Kenneth.
some people use that as an excuse to start trouble. And this. Hey, how are you?
Hey, Kenneth.
What's up, everybody? Happy St. Patty's Day.
Happy St. Patty's Day.
Anybody Irish?
I
Not
got a little
really.
bit.
You want
Got a
some
little bit
India?
Irish.
I'm
got
wondering if that.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's an interesting place. I didn't realize I'm learning a lot from my Irish literature class about why people feel the way they do about their Irish identity and how it kind of grew out of the contrast against England. I had no idea that it was as complicated as it is, and the literature that has grown out of that conflict as well. So people, I mean, if you call Derry rather than Londonderry, some people will genuinely be offended or not offended. They won't even talk to you. It's weird.
What's that about?
Well, there's the city Londonderry. Originally it was called Derry. It was a walled city. The Protestants controlled it, and it's in Northern Ireland, Ulster, essentially. And there was a major conflicts during the Troubles since the late 60s there. Most of the Troubles happened in Belfast, but because it's called Londonderry, technically, legally, people who are nationalist, Republic of Ireland nationalists, Catholic, they resent that and Derry. And I had no idea that that was a real issue. If you call it one thing or the other, people take offense to it.
Now you're talking about the Irish Republican Army being the instigator of this, right?
Not necessarily the instigator, but there's definitely tension there.
So
Emotional.
and it's still there. So even though the bombs have
it is.
stopped, yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
neutral. Even though
It's
the
totally
bombs have
there.
stopped, people still have their kind of pet peeves and whatnot
And
level stuff. It's interesting point.
it's not just political between the UK and Ireland. It's also religious, it's cultural, because in Northern Ireland they do not teach Irish language in the public schools. In Ireland they do. And
Well,
so
I was actually in Ireland recently.
There's a cultural thing, there's a religious thing, there's a political thing, and it's much more significant than I would have ever thought. Irish identity grew out of against British identity much more tangibly than the United States grew up out of being a colony of Great Britain, because we were far away.
I have a cousin who's from Belfast, and he actually, the thing he loves about it, and I was over there recently and I noticed it too, was that like there's no niggers or Jews anywhere.
Actually, it's pretty cosmopolitan here because of the university.
So it's an interesting thing, this phenomena of these guys, like the trolling phenomena, and how much. Well, it was obvious right away, just with bulletin boards, even that the trolling, and that you could end up being a troll just because you get emotional and then you're baiting somebody. But just the shitlord attitude of this guy's hobby. And I think, I know at least in the past, sometimes they'll get Hangout links because some of these 4chan or whatever kind of places, there's people and or algorithms that are watching for those links. But also people, when something, they know where you go to Google Plus to see a YouTube things live, that I didn't even know that was a feature yet. And then they'll find it, and then they would come in. And in a way, it's ineffectual, like with Wikipedia. Wikipedia found out, why does it do so well against vandalism? Because it takes someone, half a second to revert to before the vandalism. If you make them waste a lot more energy than it takes to fix what they do, you actually can have a sustainable thing in front. Right. So, but it still remains this question. And with Hangouts, it's actually that way. Like, it's annoying, but we could just throw up another Hangout. We know where to go check the thing. We could keep publicizing it, and it's bad production value. Somebody came in and screamed, but it doesn't really matter in a way. But what is that? It's just it's a weird kind of a psychological problem where this Peter guy or these other people that have this number from somewhere now, and they get it publicly. What really is in it for them? I understand 20 years ago, it's like, I said fuck in front of Grandma. You should have seen her. It's just a word, Grandma. Oh, Grandma can't handle. I said fuck in front of Grandma. Oh my God, I was so precious. Yeah, that's 50 years ago. We've been cussing in front of Grandma 50 years. It's just like, what's the value still? Are you what household are you from, Peter? What household are you from, Peter? Why is this a thing? It's the 21st century.
Fuck up. Clean your
It's the
dirty
21st century,
my friend. Look at your fucking face, you goddamn idiot. Shut up, oh, get a job it is. Shut the fuck up, Bigfoot, you bitch.
I mean, I think it's worth a theory here of like, what is the kid getting off of that? It's something to do with like a postmodern place in society, and you're trying to form some Andy Warhol painting that's going to represent you. Something. I mean, right? I mean, it's definitely.
I don't know. I'm pretty.
They're using energy. Right. I know. I'm so offended. What am I going to do? I heard a word I never heard before.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like.
I'm going to go counseling now.
You can't underestimate how much energy they're putting in to know about that board. And then on Sunday night, I just hang around with my dog and I wait till alerts come up on my open Hangouts thing. And then I go in there and say, fuck a nigger, fuck a nigger.
Let me talk.
Oh, let you talk.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Can't
I'm
blame
12 years
yourself.
old.
Whatsoever.
I'm 12 years old. This is why I do it. I'm not no Andy
You don't sound
Warhol.
12 years
Hey,
old.
Bigfoot,
You sound
Bigfoot, I
like
have the IQ double of yours, buddy. So let me talk. So
You're not
what you need
12.
to do, I'm 12.
You're not 12. No,
I'm
you're
12.
not 12.
What
No.
I'm
year
12.
were you
I'm
No,
born?
you're
12.
not.
Don't tell me
No,
what
you're
I
not.
am.
No, you're not
Why
12.
are
I'm
you
telling you,
trolling
you're not
me?
12. I
Don't
know
troll
what
me.
you are.
Don't troll me. Don't
I
troll
am
me.
telling you.
You're trolling
You're trolling us. We don't like people like you.
me.
This is for high intellectual crowds only.
You should
And
not be here.
your IQ
So,
is less than 80.
Your parents trolled you by having you like 12 IQ. I'm 12 years old and you're 12 IQ. So let me keep talking here. So
Yeah,
what
all
I'm
right,
doing,
yeah, whatever. You
and you
know,
gotta
you're
tune
not
in
allowed to
the
talk
Black
because
Brother,
I can outtalk
what's his
you
name?
about anything.
Real Brother Radio. Real Brother Radio
What do
sent
you
me
want
here
to
to
talk
slap down
about?
the coon.
Huh? Come on, make your point. Stop stalling.
Yeah,
What are you
somebody
He's
sent you
spurging out
here. I
here.
said that. Yeah, and I
Yes,
mean, I
Real
was
Brother
more curious
Radio,
on
the avid YouTube
Great.
counselor of the world, dude. He's the best
how
black
much you
man
get.
on the planet.
How much you get? I mean, and so why do you do it?
$15,000.
Yeah, you're delusional. You belong in the
You're fucking
mental
retarded. So
hospital.
shut up.
But trying to make a hangout with 4 people watching
I'm hanging
it.
out.
What do you get out of trying to disrupt it exactly?
Come in my pants.
Right.
Not much else other than that.
So you,
I know. It's just pure enjoyment.
Why do you have a retard
can't-
sloth in your
It
chest?
can't possibly be looked into any deeper. Not even by you.
Why do you have a token retard in your chest?
what do you do for a living?
Because you came of your
Panhandle on
own
the
free
street?
will. I publicized the thing. You came in, and it's not my fault. I'm not even judging you for being a retard.
You got me on that one.
I did,
My
didn't
man.
I? That's right.
I'll take it.
I've been
All
trolling
right,
for 40 years. I get the whole thing. That's why I talk to the trolls. Because
Oh.
you've got to ask yourself, my friend, at one point,
All right,
what the
brother.
fuck are you doing?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what somebody gets out of doing that, disrupting things.
Well,
Anyway.
I mean, it can't be overanalyzed, but
Stop, I have too many accounts.
everybody is a little bit.
Multiple channels now.
Everybody. I believe everybody. We're all diagnosable. We're at a time in history where everybody had lice medically and some perennial sinus infection or whatever. Mentally, we're all dealing with things like that right now. So everybody should. So it's not really a blameful thing that they're going through this, but how can it not be a postmodern type of middle class angst? Rebel without a cause. Whatever the real explanation in all its detail, that has to be a major part of it. I mean, there's just no way to explain so many people undiagnosable in many respects that's like that's their best hobby. I mean, it's got to be like out of the loneliest. It's something like out of the pain, out of the having no place, or I don't know my history, out of whatever postmodern kind of future shock thing. It's got to be one of these Aldous Huxley fucking future shock kinds of I can't deal with reality that explains why that would be fun. I find it interesting. I honestly, it's one of the things that's kept me going is that as frustrating as it is, I continue to be fascinated by it. And it just gets bigger and bigger. And people are getting older and older without escaping it. And some people are monetizing it. It's fucking, it's amazing. But anyway, we don't have to talk about that. But I find it interesting, not just like, well, it's annoying. I better figure it out.
Do you see the same people doing it over and over again?
No, I've been flooded as I do these over the years. And no, it's like the links end up almost automatically. Humans might be looking, in a forum, Big Daddy sent me type stuff. Sometimes I know that people have paid the little troll farms or they're in the troll farm and they go and they do it. And it's all shock and awe. It's just like shock and awe in Iraq. It's like, isn't it shocking and awing? Yeah, it's kind of a nice firework for the day. It didn't really affect me any more than any other invasion. It's the same kind of, you know what I mean? It's like it's unsustained. If you don't let it shock you, it just comes and goes. They don't have a lot of energy for it in the long run, but they spend a lot of energy in the short run. If you have 20 people come into your room and all do that kind of stuff for 5-10 minutes each, you're starting to talk about like that's the amount of time it takes to get some real work done. What the fuck? It's weird.
Yeah, I don't. I
And
mean,
it's not all kids.
if you don't retaliate against a couple of N words, then why are they doing it? I mean, there wouldn't be a point continuing.
To me, it's like you were talking about being isolated as a kid, you know, and we didn't really know, and we didn't have the internet. So if you heard rumors that things or this or there were this kind of party in these other cities, you know, you didn't really know. And now that you can confirm that stuff, though, it's like it's really weird because I think the trolling thing is like, no, at home they must still have people that when you go dang, they go, oh my God, you're going to hell. I mean, what kind of environment are they from where saying crazy language, I mean, I'm probably from a really dysfunctional part of the culture because to me it's like that's been normal. We've known for 50 years everybody calls each other fuckers. Fuck you, Dad. Mom, you're a jerk. Oh no, that never happens. No, that happens. It's been happening on the sitcoms now for 30 years. So really? You know what? Where's the shelter? You know, and then I kind of understand where they go to the racism to be an edgelord because that's still offensive. Why? Well, because sometimes people get drugged behind trucks and shit. But even that is like, it's not like we haven't been hearing the racism while that's going on. It's not that edgy. Like, I never heard that before. Bizarre.
Oh my God, what am I going to do if somebody's a racist? I mean, I can't control it.
But especially a fake racist. Like, I'm not even racist. I'm saying it because I haven't thought about it. And I'm sure it'll shock you.
It's really,
I seriously
really
think
shocking.
we have to be at the edge of being a nice guy is going to be the edgelord thing. Like being nice to people is finally going to be the edgy thing. Hi, how are you doing? No, I'm not being facetious. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not patronizing you. It's a good day, don't you think? Let's have a good day. You don't want $1?
Yeah, have a nice day.
It'd be like, you edgy motherfucker. You are totally undermining my 20 perpetual cynicism. You're the new punk rocker. Yeah. Like the Muppets will be the punk rock thing.
Do you think actually people are paid to do that? Because I could use a part-time job, really.
There are troll farms. That guy, I forget whether it was Wise Monkey or this guy with maybe a fake British accent. It was a big time troll for a while. I'm absolutely sure and I know you can pay, but you can also just be like on 8chan and know the place to go post it, and there'll be a bunch of little beanies to go do it. But there are troll farms you can pay to have negative or positive. And even though mostly they're at the level of like marketing companies where it would do some good, there is definitely a market for the guy with 500 subs hates the guy with 500 subs, and he hires 500 trolls.
That's weird.
And it's three people with 500 accounts or whatever. So yeah, no, there's the full economy in that, I'm pretty sure, but I haven't actually ever had a chance to purchase it myself, so I could be full of shit, but I'm pretty sure that is really a thing. But definitely, you know, there's these, you know, there's definitely news groups and things where people hang out to have fresh links, and they got enough people 24/7 that if somebody drops a link there, they're going to flood your little room or whatever.
Just for the fun of it?
Yeah, just for the troll thing. Well, the thing is, like you say, why would they keep coming back? Well, this reaction we had and that I had of semi-engagement, semi-not engagement, go ahead and inject as quick as possible, not worry about if you can't. It has been where I didn't have to reopen a lot of Hangouts. You could just, they move on. There's a new post by now on that forum, you know?
Right.
So, if it was juicy, though, they'd all be going, oh my God, we got a tard here that we can. Yeah. Well, they're looking for people with the buttons, or, you know, a high functioning Down syndrome person or something that would really react and cry. No, really, that's what they want. I mean, I had this experience when I was a kid with a kid like that got bullied right in front of my eyes. I didn't know. I was stunned. You know, and it was like high functioning. He was starting high school with all the rest of it. But, well, what they were doing, I might have told the story. They were throwing pennies And he was like, he could not resist running off into the class. The teacher wasn't there yet. And they're throwing pennies into the corner room, and he could not resist going and getting the penny, like an obsessive compulsive. Oh my God, I gotta get the penny. And they kept doing this, and I couldn't really believe what I was seeing. He's starting to cry. He knows he's being made fun of, his compulsion / whatever, save a penny, wherever in his, and I don't really know anything about his diagnosis, but he kind of had, you know how there's a very big spectrum of people with Downs, and there's kind of a look to it, but there's a very big spectrum. And if you're 15 in high school, well, they developed, there was, especially we're talking the 80s, and they would not necessarily be put in the right program. And that's what they're looking for. They're looking for somebody, hey, Infinity, that would have this, or like someone like Mel's basket case that wasn't so together as Mel. She still has the trouble with the trolls can push your buttons, even though that she knows that's what they're doing. But imagine all the millions of people. I haven't seen her anymore. Probably just as well for her. But yeah, I wish. But she's great. But they're looking for people with a problem like that, where the buttons are really raw, but where they don't have any filter, and that's what they're getting off on, which is just like, I think it's pathetic for them. I mean, I honestly have the ultra liberal version of sympathy for them. Like, that's when I'm like, where is their head at that?
Like they want to push
that's benefit, and
no matter what it is.
And how is it benefit in the direct? Yeah, I just don't. I don't really get it. But you watch it your whole life, and the troll thing is like, but it is some of their pain. It's like, they're afraid somebody will ridicule them like that, or they have been ridiculed like that. So now I guess it's just the age-old thing of, you either fight the injustice or you try to perpetuate, and you turn around and send it to somebody else. That's supposedly lower in the pecking order. Hey, I got to go to take a leak real quick. Infinity, unmute. So I got to go for a sec. I'll be right back. 5 minutes.
So how's it going?
Not too bad.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever interacted with you. I've seen you on Piro's chats before, but
I think we were in a Hangout together a few months ago.
Oh, really?
I don't remember when that was exactly.
Well, it's St. Patrick's Day. Are you having a St. Patrick's Day?
Yeah. Not really celebrating St. Patrick's Day today.
Well, because the snakes are gone from Ireland now, so we can all breathe this sigh of relief.
Right. But of course, it's an excuse to get drunk, so.
Yeah.
Speaking of getting drunk, a beer has been popped.
We don't need to get drunk.
My last beer.
Oh, no, man. That used to be really bad on Sunday. Last beer on Sunday. Well, I'm from
these
South,
days,
so.
I don't even start drinking usually this early, but we were having this thing. It's a trigger.
St. Patrick's Day. Right?
Well, I got in trouble. My wife gave me a hard time because I'm not wearing green. I was like, I heard St. Patrick's Day stuff on the television, but wasn't really paying attention. There's green in my in the beer label.
There you go. And in your background there.
Yeah, I got a green screen. So that's kind of funny because like 5 years ago, I built a green screen thing, and it was like almost $200 of PVC. And I was telling my son about, he wanted to make a thing. He's doing lacrosse. He wanted to use, but I'm going, it's going to cost $100 to get the PVC. And it's like, oh, I was in Hawaii when I bought that PVC. So it was like 10 times, should have been like $20 worth. But anyway, this was like, we got it used, but I looked online when I was looking up the manual, like $100, green screen, black screen, 3 umbrella lights and you know, and the tripods for it. So it's like, so I finally put it up yesterday. It worked pretty well, actually.
Are you gonna do some high-tech video editing?
Yeah, I did one. I did a couple with green screen, and considering how I didn't try very hard, and it was just, you know, I actually pulled it over this computer, so it was all at curve. But with the umbrella lights spread the light out, I see why that's such a good thing. And so it worked pretty well. If I set it up, yeah, I would like to use the green screen. Yeah. The problem is I don't want to have to like go to another room and have a studio thing. So doing it in my office, this might work. Just pulling it over that computer, or I have a little place over there. But it is, I like the look of it to have, like, if I'm doing something on a web page, to have it behind me, you know, with the outline. I do think it's, yeah. So I want to play with it now that I got it.
What are you up to tonight, Infinity?
I've been doing some things. I saw the live from Piro. Checked it out, and you're having arguments with trolls and stuff. I saw it earlier. I guess y'all were talking about the argument that you've been having with Hythla. But I frankly don't know a lot about that. So
yeah, we were talking about that, and that was, we didn't get very far into it because we get stuck right away about just what exists. He offered a definition, and then because we're also talking, well, we didn't open it up, and I was kind of curious in general, but like how the whole philosophy academia thing's going. But we were talking a little bit about that in that Barklord's dealing with a theology-oriented course and the difficulty of
entertaining an argument when you can see all the holes in it. I mean, how do you make an argument?
You don't have to believe about God, but you have to talk about God. Means you have to believe the concept is like talkable, aboutable. So we talked about that for a little while. Then we had some trolls. To me, the thing with Hythla, and I don't know if you ever remember any of the past conversations, probably not, but it's really this meta conversation of why does it always get into, you know, he's one of these people that's, you know, I'm very pedantic and I want to go step by step, but then he doesn't really seem to follow that. And if he makes an hour-long video and I make an hour-long video, instead of finding the 20 minutes where I said something he thought was worth answering, he replies to the 40 minutes he thought was despicable while saying I'm the one that's on topic. And then in the end, we can't even take a step because it's like, you've got to agree to this to go to the next step. And it's like, you guys, it might be possible to convince people, but we already come here with opinions discussing them. We're going to have to just understand and then compare and stuff. And so it's really this meta issue of, you know, why is it so hard? And it's definitely not just me and Hythla. You know, why is it so hard? This conversation, thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of people that like to have it, and we can't stand talking to each other. Those fuckers, they're so annoying. Why do you keep doing it? Well, I don't got anybody else, but we kind of like, we should figure something out about what that is, because it's definitely two ways. I totally understand why he's watching me and he's going, this is making my blood boil, because I feel like I'm in pretty control of that. And I'm watching him and I'm going, oh my God, this is making my blood boil. Count to 10, count to 10, take a note, don't write that down. You know what I mean? It's like, why is it so difficult?
He said that in his last video. It's like, obviously we're intertwined with each other's stories now. We can't let it go.
Yeah, well, that's what I already thought. And that's the depressing part to me of, I understand Gary, you know, might have real negative feelings about me along with stuff, but there seems to me there should be like a colleague, the beer's working, a colleague, or like I use the, you know, the old Warner Brothers cartoon with the sheepdog and the Wile E. Coyote. You know, at the end of the day, it's like, all right, see you tomorrow, Bert. There should be at least a little bit of that. And it's kind of depressing that, no, I guess not. The familiarity of at least we took part in this activity for 10 years, 15 years, would be something in common. So, yeah, but he was acknowledging that. But then there's still the other part of like, well, then why is it so painful to listen to the replies sometimes? Like, the better you know someone, the harder it gets. And it is kind of it's a little bit of an enigma. And I don't think there's an easy answer to it.
Well, you know, it's funny when I saw your green screen there, the first thing I thought of was Gary's. Remember Gary Ganew's?
Yeah.
Way back in about 2008. He used to do that green screen bit with the fake tie and everything, and it was when he started to gain some popularity. But
I thought he still continued that. It was kind of the what the fuck. Didn't he do the what the fuck as a Ganew's thing?
Probably, yeah.
I think it was pretty similar, and it's like it takes a little bit of energy, even if you're just making it low energy. But Gary, see, that's the thing about Gary too. That's on the honest part of what's the difficulty is Gary's always been very clear from the very beginning that no, he's not just discussing ideas. He needs to get converts to think the right way, or else what's the fucking point? And if that was the case, the Ganew's, you know, it's not ever gonna. The Ganew's had an underground potential, right? It's not the kind of thing they would go ahead and put right on MSNBC, but it definitely could have. Yeah. You know, it could have 100,000 people going, this is the way you should watch the news by somebody who doesn't really care or whatever. Yeah.
Entertainment.
And plus it wasn't Ganew's. It was, I mean, it was Ganew's, but it was definitely a WTF, what's going on in atheism, what's going on the discussion side of, you know, it was a meta. It was about this week in people's videos, which was a very popular thing. Still is really a lot of these new channels. Still, it's all referential to something else that happened. Somebody asked, Wipey asked in the chat here, "Are you into crypto coin? What do you guys think of cryptocurrency?"
Oh, it's hilarious. I had a guy try to convince me to make a big purchase on some Bitcoin. And I got into a big, long discussion on why it was a bad idea, and you know, I'm not going to go for it. And we had this big, long, you know, 30, 45-minute discussion. And this was a guy that was calling me about something else, and he wasn't even. And he just brought this up as a side.
Was this recent?
It was a few months ago. Within the last, I'd say, 8 months or so.
Well,
but you'll recall because they had that right the next week. They had that big, giant, huge drop.
Okay, yeah. So that's why I was asking, because there was the big spike. And I mean, I remember when Bitcoin was $1, and I thought this is crazy. But I also thought, you know, but maybe you may, and I thought I'll stay out of it. And it's like, I never would have held on to it to make $1 million off of it. But then when that big spike came, we finally bought some. I don't think I got Bitcoin. I think I got some Ethereum or something. Got like $200 of it entirely so that nobody would ever ask me again. It's like, yeah, I've done it. It's bullshit. I threw away my money already. Stop asking me, and I'm not going to check what the price is. I know a bunch of kids, though, like a boyfriend of my daughter's. He made about 100,000. Anybody that was like full on starry-eyed about it at the right time, 2010 or whenever it was, some of them made some young kid or my cousin, well, my cousin's son, who's also my cousin, but cousin once removed or whatever, he made, I don't know, 5 figures. He made some $10,000 or something as a high school by putting some in. So, but
it's just like anything else. You know, you can make some money off of it.
Well, it's a pyramid thing, pretty sure. So yeah, early on you make money.
But didn't a recent state just convert? Wasn't it Sweden?
To what? I might have not heard this. What?
Story? To cryptocurrency.
Oh, really? I'll have to search on that.
I think there's some. I can't remember what it was, but there was some official recognition, and that you can use it. You know, you can. There are a lot of. I think Amazon accepts it, doesn't it? As part of their way of paying for whatever you want to pay for. So
Yeah, I haven't kept up. I know there were some services did that, or like not Wayfair, but you know, some of these, and then they stopped. And the problem I have with it, there's a couple things. One, there's just a lot of weird stuff about a trust-free network. You know, like that's like it's trust-free, so I'm supposed to trust it. There's like linguistic things. But really, all this, I think the biggest condemnation is all the power. You're spending power on a computer to do a throwaway math problem, specifically because it's hard,
yeah,
so that you don't have to trust anybody. And guess
that's a
what?
good
You do
point.
have to trust people because
When
you're
you
going to
said
need
power, I
transactions.
wasn't sure what you meant, but you
No, I
mean
meant energy.
literally
like literally.
power.
Yeah, literally. Have you seen any of the stories? I mean, there's a lot of them. It's becoming its own cliche of uses as much power as Brazil or whatever. I mean, it's a tremendous amount of power they're wasting right now on the blockchain for nothing, and they're only doing a drop in the bucket. If all of our, you know, credit cards were running, plus the other terrible thing about it, that some of the people, because I work with people that are really into it, because it's almost a religion among the computing world, and there's certain true priests of it, is the transaction times are terrible. I mean, you're doing a transaction, and in a couple seconds it'll come back, and it's doing a drop in the bucket. You can't do the world's financial transactions, and Bitcoin doesn't scale, and it's like it's impossible.
Well,
Like it would take
the whole thing
days
is a
to get your
scam,
money
though. I
out
mean,
of it.
you're trying to give it some kind of serious, like, oh, this could seriously be the source of, you know, the source
Right.
of our money, and
Oh
this
yeah,
could be the.
no. I think it
And a
falls
lot of
through
people are
there.
making that case.
Well, it falls through there, but I can be the devil's advocate of its legitimacy, which is I mean, when it came out, I read the original white paper. I've read it since then, but it's a pretty lovely, like beautiful algorithm for how you can have basically a distributed ledger. So like one Excel file, but it's distributed over all of these machines in a way where there is no central authority, and you just check each other's work in this way, and look, it works out.
And
So
there's a
there's some
natural
beauty to it.
limitation, right?
There's some
Because
beauty, yeah, there's some beauty to it, but there's also a lot of big problems. Like the other problem is if over half the network is trustworthy, then you could have 49% bad actors, and that's okay. It'll catch up with them. Distributed network has worked, but it's not that simple. I mean, at 51-49, you'd actually be going back and forth between who actually had control of the network. At 30%, you could have a problem. Plus, what if somebody just denial of services some big data trunk down into Ecuador for 5 hours and does micro transaction trading, you know, like day trading, high volume kind of stuff, you know, for 20 minutes while they basically cut off a part of the network and can lie to it about transactions, you know, for 5 seconds, and that's enough to steal. And then on top of that, I don't, you probably haven't followed, but there has been a lot of money stolen from these, like Ethereum lost 10 million, lost 40 million, lost 30 million. Sometimes the hackers don't get to keep the money, but they lock it up so you can't get it out. It's definitely not pretty. It's definitely not, it's not really viable as what it's sold as. On the other hand, I don't think the algorithm's going away. It is kind of an interesting way to do you know, not need a central bank to have a shared.
well, that's why the
Trusted worthy
libertarians
ledger.
love it, right?
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's very a libertarian type of thing they're clinging on to.
yeah, that's no doubt why the social.
Oh, wait a minute,
capital
you're a
behind it.
libertarian. My bad.
Well, I consider myself libertarian, yeah, but that's a controversy, right?
Well, that might be just
So,
a definitional thing.
Well, it really bugs me because I am a classical libertarian. Like I read on Liberty by John Stuart Mill like every year or two. I put it in the bathroom and read from it. Like I'm as classical a fucking liberal
Well,
as you
yeah,
can
that's
get.
what I mean. Because when you say libertarian now in today's United States, it means
I
a
hate
very
taxes.
specific thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's specifically hating taxes.
Well, it's theft.
You know, the funny thing about that too is it's like this whole Constitution thing. I read the Constitution fairly regularly now, and partly it's like I like it. It's a really well written, like political, if you like political philosophy or whatever. But also because all these people that say they're for it, like taxes theft, you can't be a constitutionalist. The Constitution gives the federal government to lay
Right.
taxes and levies of all sorts. So
Right.
are you saying that it's pro theft?
Yeah.
Well-
the Commerce Clause. The
Yeah.
Commerce Clause is very specific, and the government does have a right to regulate the economy. And if you don't agree with that, then you're not in favor of the Constitution.
Well, and the taxes
I think they
are
would
like,
argue that it's not really specific, though.
but it says, but it's no, it's the other way. It's
Does-
like tax levies, taxes, tariffs. It goes into one of these lists of like high crimes and misdemeanors and all these other 5 things. Basically, anything you want. It's totally. It's not really. I had an argument with some kind of just anonymous idiot who was trying to argue that the Constitution didn't give the right to tax. Like, didn't know that. Like, it's not that long of a document, and you've got the internet. Why do people care about things like that and have not checked?
Was he a constitutionalist and he was saying that?
Well, he thought he was. He was saying, you know, he was talking kind of about like from this almost Trumpist idea of we need to uphold the Constitution. We need a revolution to uphold it. We're not there. We had, oh no, he started off saying we had a whole revolution, you know, to get rid of the taxes. And then we made this Constitution that said taxes are wrong. And then now we have taxes. And it was definitely, you know, a kid.
Completely ahistorical.
Yeah.
And
But you could kind of see how you'd get that idea if you're hanging around with taxes, theft, and by the way, we're constitutionalists. Because already there's a problem. Another one in the Constitution is like, I like to just ask them about the census. It's very easy. People that are like that kind of libertarian or pro-constitutionalist, they are not prepared for the fact that the Constitution is the one that requires us to have a census.
Oh.
And in reality, it's a way that they're anti-constitution because instead of doing the census fairly, they want to rig it. It's usually that side is way worse than the Democrats that want to rig the census in some way, like with the.
well, it's the same. It's just part of the. That's just par for the course with them. They pretty much want to rig the entire democratic structure of the United States.
Yeah.
Like gerrymandering. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're well, one of the most concerning things about conservatives, and I was calling like in my family on it because I think this is a big deal. About you ever say, I'll get in this situation over many years now where it'll be like, well, it's a democracy. You and I are going to have to figure it out. It's not about your way or my way. It's like we got to figure out a common ground. I'll say it's a democracy, blah blah blah, and they'll be like, it's not a democracy. It's a republic. It's not a democracy. And it's like, I finally realized, like, I'm going to take that shit serious. You're anti-democratic. And then they're like, well, I'm not saying that. That's not fair to say. It's like, is it or not? And just because it's a republic, on the other hand, they have a point. It's like with Trump. If Trump won with a majority, it wouldn't matter. The law is first. It is a land of republic. You're going to jail for the laws we have now. You want to change the laws, vote later on. You vote later. It's law and order right now today.
But there are Republican forms of democracy which require active participants in deliberation among citizens. It's not a completely liberal type of democracy where it's just a hands-off, where like a negative form of freedom where the government just has to stay out of your business. It's an active, participatory, like everybody is supposed to encourage one another to become engaged with the democratic process.
Well, what do you think about that, right? Doesn't Australia have a law? You have to vote, right? You have to vote.
Yes.
What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, there's an ethical, in the Republican form of democracy, there's an ethical obligation to encourage people to engage in the deliberative process, and that's not really true in the liberal view. It's more of an economic process where it's a marketplace of ideas where the different conflicting groups sort of fight it out for, in a voting contest, and it doesn't have to even be a rational, deliberative process where everybody is encouraged to participate. You can try to exclude people if you want to. There are different ways of doing democracy. That's why
Right. Well, what do you guys think? Because I've had I think I've been troubled about this issue. I mean, on the one hand, I come from if you don't vote, all these people died so you could vote. Fuck you, and you don't get to say, to the fact that, well, I'm new in Maine. Went down there. I don't know who these people for city council are. I'm not going to vote based on the sound of their name. So you kind of owe it to not vote. So you should try to educate yourself. But if you didn't get around to it, don't vote. Or you're an idiot. Just leave it to other people. I'm not really sure where I am. I mean,
I think that we have to look at what are the reasons.
I kind of want to make everyone vote, though, and take my chances with whatever people are like. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? I'm not trying to double guess. It's fucking democracy. Whatever you're like. You're a bunch of idiots. Great. Go vote. We'll deal with it.
What are the social pressures that are actually pushing people to not be engaged and informed? And one of the reasons is economic necessity to have to keep working and working and working and not act. Yeah. Not even to the point where you can't possibly be engaged with media and informing yourself. But if you're working 8 or 10 hours a day in a job, your employer has the right to shut down or at least control the conversation. Like, certain things are off topic when you're at work. So there's a significant portion of your day every day that is not going to be you're not going to be engaged with your fellow citizens in controversial topics because it's not on task. It's not about the economic goal that everybody
It's not even about oppression, right? Because we would all agree, let's just leave some of the things off the table at work, like, my toe fungus. It's not just the boss. I'm just saying there's actually a legitimate reason of why that ends up restricting us. Plus, if you're working like that, it's easier to forget because you want to go home and play GTA 5 or whatever. It's just easier to not.
That's a very frustrating part about being a blue collar worker, where you do want your fellow coworkers to be more politically engaged, and really all they want is a paycheck and go home and get drunk, or not even just go home and get drunk, but just be disengaged, get a paycheck so that they don't have to know anything. That's what happens when we leave it just to the market. That's why I don't like market ideology for that reason. I think for a lot of different reasons, but like, for instance, if you buy a motorcycle, you are entitled to own that motorcycle, but it doesn't give you the ability to fix it or drive it or anything. It says nothing about your virtue with respect to that motorcycle. But if you buy a business and you try to fix that business, or you try to drive that business, you affect other people's fucking lives, economically and personally and with their families and everything. It's different. People are not motorcycle parts, but we treat it as if it is. People who make $1 million selling a painting because they're a famous painter or an artist, they can invest in buying a small business like a restaurant. And if they don't like the way it's run, like, they can change the way people dress, they can change the schedules, they can do whatever they want to that business because they own it. And I think that's a power that is alienated from the virtue that gave them the power of the money in the first place in some other field. I think it's a completely, we've fetishized money that way. I think that's still right.
Yeah, it's still a shadow of slavery, right? That you don't have democracy. Well, I mean, the idea that shouldn't you have democracy? I mean, you have democracy for 10 minutes every 2 years. What about at work?
Right.
So, and this is making this has been an old issue in communists and socialists, but basically entirely off the table. I've started hearing people talk about it, and I think it's because of the Trump Overton reaction, where now we can have people talking about socialism. Same thing. It's like one of these ideas like maximum income, and maximum wage and stuff. But democracy in the workplace, I mean, I've talked to a lot of people my whole life about it. Most people, they don't really trust it. They worked with those people. I mean, you want to have a good boss, but having a whatever boss and everybody on your team voting doesn't sound like a good boss, right? So there's that honest thing of we don't necessarily believe in it. I personally believe in it, and that we have to figure it out, because you can't have freedom and democracy when you're 40 hours a week or 80 hours a week in this, like I said, even legitimately restricted environment where you agree there's things you shouldn't talk about. Therefore, you don't have this freedom of thought, and you can't have any real control.
Well,
So
I mean,
I think
like
we need to do
a
something
call
about that.
center is a great example of how your entire workday can be scripted for you. Your interaction with other human beings is completely
Like
scripted.
literally.
You go to the next script. You know, there's like a little formula that you run through, and the very thoughts that you think and the words that you say are scripted for you. And you take that home with you. You take that into the world with you. You see the power relations between you and your interaction with other people. And I there was a girl in my political philosophy class was actually saying that she was working at a call center, and she feels that she gets into that mindset where she knows how to manipulate the person on the other end of the phone through these scripted responses. And so she sees how she can do that to other people to get her way in her relationships. And it's not any different. That type of power relationship is the same as if you're always subservient, like I was in my baking position for 21 fucking years. You internalize that sort of always deferring to somebody else's authority, realizing that your opinion, your input doesn't matter. And economic authority is it's really inconsistently tied to virtue. And I just wrote a paper on basically it was the desert justification for distributive justice, and where its limitations are and where its legitimacies are. Like, for instance, you can't really divorce justice from desert theory or deservingness or meritocracy when it comes to licensure, because everybody wants, we think that people need to demonstrate some kind of virtue with respect to driving a car or operating on other people. But when it comes to actually deserving something, does anybody really deserve anything? They don't deserve the situation that they're born into. They don't necessarily deserve the intellectual skills that they have, that they're born with. They don't deserve the education that they maybe have access to. But at the same time, would you want to work in a situation where somebody inherited the authority? No, you want them to be capable. You want them to have demonstrated some kind of virtue with respect to that activity.
Yeah.
There's no way you can really get rid of that. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Well, it's funny because the whole meritocracy idea, I mean, there's definitely people that deserve it. Even the Ayn Rand businessman heroes, you can go, yeah, Reardon really did. He took the risks and he invested his own this and this, that, and it was smart and it worked and it paid off. And, you know, you could possibly, but the meritocracy idea is a little different, because basically the meritocracy idea is we're about to endow you with the power. You've done something to prove you have that power. And I always think of, like, well, the Venus sisters, the Williams sisters rather, they went to the top of tennis. Does that mean that they'd be good at running the U.S. Tennis Association? You know what I mean? It doesn't transfer. Now, did they deserve being the best tennis players? Well, yeah, but with meritocracy, we're really talking about you get power over the next thing. We're not talking about, did you pull that off and play that music? You know, so yeah, you really, I think there's an inherent impossibility of a meritocracy in terms of power. terms of who's in the
But
oligarchy.
that's the downside. That's the alienated form of what money does. The good part about money is that you can get past that problem in barter where require everybody to need specific things, like the double coincidence of you have what I want and I have what you want, and we can trade equally. The money helps with that, but the money also gives you a fake power. It's completely divorced from the way that you earned it in the first place. And then now you can transfer that as if it's almost like a magical power because it's socially, it's a belief system.
No, you're
And
right,
it
though.
doesn't-
Magical in the sense that some guy that sold $1 million painting now can own a restaurant.
Right.
Right. It
It's
makes
bull-
sense that he would, people that he would have paints after that or something,
Well,
but the fact
this
that
is
he would
the way
just
I would
suddenly,
think.
I'm writing a comic book or whatever.
Right. Here's the
That's
thing.
crazy.
If somebody is a brilliant artist and they work, they have a full-time job, but they're also a brilliant artist, and they sketch somebody in the break room at work. Everybody at the work environment can probably recognize that they have authority with respect to artistic behavior, and they would probably get some sort of social recognition. Their status will improve in socially with respect to that thing. But if somebody is a really brilliant artist and then there's a bidding war for a particular piece of art, they get $1 million or however much money. They can now take that social power and transfer it to something else. That's the market ideology allows for something that legitimate meritocracy does not allow for. And and not only that, it requires the backing of the state to enforce that financial authority.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
It's not.
The fungibility of money is the fungibility of power, really. The fact that we use the money for all the different values means that you're automatically going to empower somebody that maybe, let's just assume, has a right in Section A, their authority of artistic. Yeah, look, he knows what he's doing. Look, it looks just like a horse or whatever. And then, but it's necessarily, you're saying, or at least I'm thinking that makes sense, that necessarily that it's like an inherently corrupt system, because the transferability of that to some totally other domain ensures that we're going to have a bozo that did well over here go do the thing he's not good at. It's the opposite of meritocracy. You're supposed to shine and maybe be contained even to the area you're good at.
If an airline pilot has been working for 20 years and they have a good track record, they've proven themselves to be qualified with respect to the activity, applies for a job, and another person applies to the job and they just came out of school. They've demonstrated that they can do it, but they don't really have the track record of demonstrating it over years and years and years. Who really deserves the job? Neither one of them can say that, like the older one, can't really say that they deserve it in the sense that they are responsible for the fact that they were born 25 years ahead of the other person. It's not, you can't penalize the other person, the younger person, because they don't have the 25 years of experience. They demonstrated that they can do it.
Or if you penalize them, it can't be because they deserve to be penalized. They happen to be penalized or whatever. There might be a pragmatic argument that it's inevitable they get penalized, but you can't say they deserve.
But here's what we can do. I think the entitlement idea of justice can show that the general public is entitled to have the more experienced person get the job, because you could argue it either way, because maybe the younger person has maybe because they're younger, their skills are more,
or they're going to do it cheaper or whatever. But I see what you're getting at. That the society or somebody else might deserve to have the best thing. Some other group where the averages in their ages and their needs is all kind of averaged out, and they sort of deserve whoever can performed better for them.
I think that's a case where desert theory is a bad way to go about it. I think you have to go about it by the general public. What are they entitled to with respect to safety?
But aren't you? So that's not the desert theory. I'm not really familiar with that as like a particular ID, but I understand what you're talking about. But in a way, I guess I'm confused because aren't you just saying in the deservingness theory, it's who does the audience that's going to be served by that employee? Who do they deserve? Do they deserve a good doctor that's going to save their lives 10% more often? Or do they deserve to give a chance to the young person who worked so hard to get here?
Right.
They deserve the best outcome. But that's separate from the
how do you
desert theory.
judge that? Is it because they're younger and they might be more creative or more mentally alert, or do you privilege the older person because they've demonstrated over decades that they can do it? I don't know how we.
But let's say you knew that one or the other was going to be better. Like it could go either way. Like if you had it could go either way, but let's just say you went one way or the other, and it was experience is going to have a 5% better outcome. The point would be then that it's not that person with more experience is more deserving, actually, in the sense that they just were born earlier. They started earlier. They got more experience. It's not their deserving.
Yeah, they aren't responsible for the criteria that gave them the deserve. That's why I think the deservingness is a bad criteria for that. I think it has to do with what is the public entitled to with respect to safety.
Okay, and you are also saying that that's not the same concept as deserve either.
Right.
We're not talking about what the public deserves either. Yeah. No, I would. Yeah, it's a weird thing to look at that deserving. I mean, I think you get. I mean. Anyway, my own analysis of that, yeah, you hire whoever is better. And if the younger person is better in the sense that, look, they aren't dead to the world and they're still motivated. That other guy's a total cynic. Whatever they've got going for them, you need to nurture that. But it's not really about deserving. It's more about, like, why do you fertilize your garden? Because it grows better,
Well, like, if
not because it deserves fertilization.
Right. If you remove it from a social situation and you put it in the natural environment, if a farmer works really hard and they do all of the right planting at the right time according to what everybody else does, the weather could just turn out to be shit, or there could be a flood or something. But because they worked really hard and because they do they deserve more? No, the universe doesn't owe you anything. You don't deserve anything. So desert theory has to do with what we think is like normative values within society, right? Like, what do you think you deserve because you worked a little bit extra hard and you did all right choices? Do we think you deserve to be compensated for a loss? I mean, desert, I don't know. Desert doesn't really mean anything outside of a social context like that. But
well, yeah, I guess that's interesting. I haven't really thought about this, but it's kind of like the rights question, right? Where it's really our society that's inventing rights because we want it to be that way. And so, yeah, you could deserve. I'd like to have national insurance for things because people do deserve to go ahead and get their house back. And everybody's, if they're not in a flood zone, it's an earthquake zone or a tornado, so people deserve universal health care. But really, I don't philosophically believe it's a deserve question. But it's interesting. But it's still a good term, like rights, right? I mean, deserve is a little more dicey than rights, but it's like rights are the same way. But let's go ahead and pretend and treat them like real. I mean, if corporations are persons, let's say people have a rights. You know what I mean? It's a similar thing, I think. I agree with you that it seems shallow, this desert theory as you're describing it.
Well, I don't
but it
want to
also is kind of like, I do feel like people deserve their rights or whatever.
I can't completely let it go either, because I think that you can't build a society around a concept of justice where they feel like their merit or their virtue with respect to their activity is disregarded.
Right. Like, technically, you got no rights. You're lucky. technically shut up. Yeah, you can't really, like, technically there's no such thing as rights. By the way, we're going to make sure that everybody has their rights taken care of. Like, there's a problem with that. And there are things people deserve. Certain, like
Well, sure.
people deserve common decency. So, like, or is that not philosophical enough of an angle on? I mean, yeah, it's hard to give up the idea of deserve, but I agree with you. I think philosophically, it doesn't really have a leg to stand on, and yet, to me, it seems analogous to the rights question. I'm not going to give up the concept of rights. I agree that it has the same problems, though.
Like the two like entitlement theories basically are like John Rawls. He's the guy that came up with the idea of like the veil of ignorance thought experiment, where it's sort of like an original edition where you imagine yourself, well, what would be a society that I would want to live in if I didn't know where I was going to end up being born?
Right. Yeah.
It's kind of it's actually a lot like the antinatalist argument, or the antinatalist original position, where would you choose to be born no matter where you could possibly end up?
Yeah.
And a lot of it's a valid consideration.
Yeah, he deserves credit for getting all that attention. But when I read that in college, my thing was like, how can you possibly invent a just system from an idea of ignorance?
Right.
Like, I don't know. You kind of like, and yet that isn't what he was saying. He's saying you don't know where you end up. So it's pretty smart what he's doing, but it's also almost non-philosophical. It's almost like, hey, I'm at a cocktail party and somebody had a cool thing to think about. And, you know, I don't know. So I respect it, but my reaction was always, no, I want a system of justice that has full knowledge. But I don't know. It was a fair criticism, not really a criticism, but that was my reaction at the time. I had to read Theory of Justice. It's the only thing I read of his in school.
Well, that's his main deal. But I mean, it makes you think about, well, what would be the benefit to everybody if there was a baseline of the least acceptable? I mean, what would be good as the least baseline of existence for everybody? I mean, what would be the most acceptable?
That's the pragmatic usefulness, just like the categorical imperative or something. It's a very useful thing, because that's all you're really asking is like, what is the least okay that I can be anywhere? You're not really asking I can be anywhere, because you might fantasize about being the leader. You're really saying, what is the universal basic standard?
The thing that I found interesting is
not the average. You're asking what's the minimal.
The minimum, right. And the one guy that really reacted strongly against this was a libertarian, but he's a right-wing libertarian. And I know that that's not what you really would push for. But he thinks that it is a limitation on him to not have, like, he honestly believes that the market ideology favors, he associates it with a meritocracy, but he only associates it with a meritocracy because he thinks he would be good at making money in the market. He doesn't see that if you're actually really good at something that isn't marketable, that it limits you.
Yeah.
If you're a scientist in a field that's not really geared toward marketability, you're going to be fucked in a marketing.
No, there's so much of that going on now. I mean, I subscribe to a lot of these people, Sticks and Hammer, you know, all of these Stefan Molyneux Juniors and whatnot. And that's the predominant thing, is like they fantasize they would, including toying with ethno-nationalism. Like, they don't think they're racist and stuff, but they're kind of like, close the border and stuff. Why? They're going to win in that system. Meanwhile, Sticks and Hammer wears a leather jacket, is into the occult, has long hair, looks, you know, like a hippie, doesn't wear a shirt. And it's like, dude, you're the first one on the chopping block.
Right.
If those fucking Charlottesville kids take over. You know, but you think, no, I'd do great. I'd be really popular at all the skinhead parties. No, you would be a long hair fag. They'd kill you like right away. But they think they would do so well. And yeah, their belief is entirely, they don't think it's a fair system. You could tell talking to them, they're not saying, oh, it really is fair. What they're saying is, I'd come out on top. And it's like Ayn Rand's objectivism. She's a romantic. What does objective mean? It means stop worrying about the people that are getting stepped on. Be objective. You're doing fine.
Well,
That's the idea.
Her idea of objectivism was that the monetary amount that you can accumulate is an objective a measure of your value to society. And that's just.
But I would say it's a double meaning. Like, I think that's what she was going for. But linguistically, it's also about, you know, like it's a natural disaster and you're huddling your family out of New Orleans and you see some people and they're not easy to get to and they're struggling and their raft is knocked over and you're like, be objective, honey. If we try to save them, our kids are going to die. It's one of those hard things. We just won't talk about it later. You know what I mean? It's like, be objective. You got to look out for yourself. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you got to be objective. There's an avalanche. You can't go save everybody else. Everybody's in charge of saving themselves. Be objective. That's her objectivity, right? Is fuck everybody else. You got to look after yourself.
But they're not looking at the fact that the whole money basis of that is just it's a belief system that's backed up by the government. It's not, you know, the fact that you have a whole bunch of money. You can't eat the money.
Well, it's ridiculous. This is another whole thing. Game theory. It's like saying you won Monopoly, therefore you deserve to have all the money in the real world. It's like it's game theory. You got a game of set of rules. Some people win, some people don't. We know it. A certain game chooses for certain physical or mental characteristics of people that are good at what that game, you know, evokes. And yet they have this total faith that somehow it's already a meritocracy. But as you started, I mean, the ironic thing is not everybody can become a billionaire. There's not enough money. Even if everybody was smart enough to, we wouldn't all, you know, there'd be a bell curve where only the certain, and they just don't get that. And
was an interesting thing that I did put in my paper that I wanted to make it more of the punch of my paper, but it turned out to just be a side thing, was that I don't actually subscribe to the desert theory of distributed justice, but I think it's a useful tool for sort of disabusing people of the notion that market ideology delivers on the meritocracy sort of ethos.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
I think it's totally, because if people buy into that, then you can say, well, let's look into what deservingness means, because it means that X deserves this by virtue of having done this. And so now let's look at what people get in the economy and how they get it. I mean, like, for instance, if you're a professional wrestler, let's say you get 150,000. Are you 10 times than somebody who works for, in an old folks home wiping butts of 80-year-old people? Probably most people would say, well, it's a subjective value judgment. Well, then they can see that it's not an objective measure. It's not a meritocracy. You don't get what you put into the society as far as objective values. And if you can talk through this with people, most people would get it, right? I mean, they don't really believe that people who are professional wrestlers are 10 times or
their bosses are really smart.
What would be an objective
They don't think their bosses are
Exactly.
What would be an objective measure?
There isn't. That's part of my point. I mean, there really isn't.
Well, maybe there is, though.
Well, maybe in some cases there really is.
Well, as a liberal, I think, there's something to be said in these inalienable right to live a decent way kind of thing. Like, why? Because you're breathing. Oh, but I'm a dog. Yeah, you too. You shouldn't be beat. You know,
Well,
I mean,
it
I think
seems
that's
like
like the
there's like
only
this
approach, a little
pragmatism
arbitrary but
that's
universal.
it seems like there's undercurrent of pragmatism in this conversation, whether you're talking about some sort of justice theory or what have you. There's always some sort of pragmatism that's sort of lurking underneath the whole, there's that thread underneath the whole conversation. So if we're talking from purely a pragmatic perspective, I think maybe, and using that as sort of your prerequisite, or your, in some sort of set of assumptions that's based on some sort of pragmatic viewpoint, maybe you could come up with some sort of objective measure of
Well,
what,
I like
in terms
Maslow's
of just
hierarchy.
functionality. And
Yeah, I like Maslow's hierarchy as a good basis for judging whether or not equality is way out of whack. Like if we're privileging certain parts of the economy when we're still not delivering on the basics for everybody, I think that that's a fair way to judge something. Just keep it in proportion. If somebody's making $600,000 a year as a professional wrestler, but we still have people that have to work at McDonald's, when the thing that they're contributing to for their wages is actually a net negative for society, that's dumb. It's a dumb thing. I don't know. We don't have to run the society that way.
well, yeah, I mean, you're basically pointing out the fact that someone that's trying to come up with a cure for cancer makes X amount of dollars, while professional sports and athletes and people in Hollywood and a lot of things that maybe aren't as important.
To me, it's all about the minimal side. To me, it's like if we get a UBI kind of idea or any other guaranteed labor, even, or whatever, maybe there was a deservingness aspect. You had to hoop, you had to jump through. To me, it's really about the minimum. And partly I feel like that's the way I am, though really, I couldn't really call it the minimum, but, I don't want if everybody could have the minimum of not worrying about their health and their kids are going to be able to get educated at a college level, no matter what, then it's like, whatever, you're sad you work at McDonald's and it's bad for people's health. We want McDonald's and somebody has to work there. You know what I mean? It's really the fact that, like, I have friends that have worked and struggled, lose their job, die of pneumonia because they didn't have health care for 3 months. That's not okay. That's like, other than that, like when Nietzsche talks about the pathos of difference or distance, you're not going to have, if there's no socialist idea that's a utopia where everybody makes exactly the same no matter what they do. I want my brain surgeon to make 5 or 10 times as much as me. I just don't want to have to worry about getting medical care for my kids because of that. So it's like, it's all about that minimum level to me.
It's not going to, or somebody else's affluence is not going to impinge upon my autonomy. That's what I'm concerned
about. That as well.
But the question is, why don't we have that minimum level? Because we, at least in the United States, we don't have it, right?
No, we don't. Yeah, that's
why not? That's the question.
In the richest nation ever.
Because people don't think that they deserve it.
And to a degree, we have less of it. And to a degree, we have less of it because, like, there's people with fancy TVs, American TVs, but they don't have health care. It's like, so, like, it's really bizarre when in Bolivia, at least they'll cure your cancer with medicine.
Why doesn't someone deserve health care? Just anyone?
I can't think of a reason, really.
Well, this is what I was saying about the dessert theory idea as an approach for that.
Argument? What would be? What would someone that would say that say to defend that position?
Well, they didn't work for it. They didn't earn it in the market. I mean, I know a lot of people.
Well, the Republicans lately have been saying because then it removes their choice of not having it.
Yeah.
But plenty of people work and don't.
What if you wanted to decide to not have it? I do know people that had enough money and didn't pay for it because it seemed too expensive. You wouldn't want to remove their right to not have it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm in kind of that situation where, yeah, I could afford to get it, but I can't really afford to use it.
Well, yeah, that's a different. Yeah, that's a whole other.
I'm in that bracket. I can't afford to use it.
So
No, but I'm only half joking. This is what the Republicans have been saying. Their lines are like that it removes people's choice, and they don't quite say it, but Tucker is saying it removes people's choice to not have health care. Like,
Yeah.
that's the choice, to not have it. And what do you have instead?
If you
Some
said
money?
that to them, they would deny that.
I
They
don't
would
know.
come up with some way of
I wish
sneaking out of it.
I wish people would push them on it, because they're using this a lot. They use this line of choice when the only choice they're talking about is not having
But
health
that's
care.
just because they're insincere. They're just trying to say something so that the status quo will remain the
Right.
same. So they're
Well,
just coming
my
up with
belief-
this idea of choice.
My belief is like a lot of libertarian stuff. When they say it'll be the best system, they're including people starving in the street. Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, life's hard. Be
Exactly.
objective. You didn't
Right.
earn it.
Well, yeah.
Socialized Darwinism.
Survival of the
Yeah,
fittest.
so it's a reverse engineered meritocracy where we're going to find out who doesn't deserve
But
to
that's the thing we're talking about, though. That they'll try to defend that nonsense with this whole meritocracy idea,
Yeah.
Right.
which
That's why
is nonsense.
It's the
That's
main
why I
problem
want
with
to use-
conservatives right
I
now.
want to use desert theory to undermine market ideology.
Well, I think you can do that, because this is the other thing I was just reading about, and there were some studies and stuff, and I've noticed these some of these, the less apologetic, baked Alaska, kind of on the borderline, and into these guys that are just white separatists. Not a lot. Several of them I've noticed, it started to occur to them that we could be socialist if not just for all of the other races. Right? Like back in the 50s, we had a 90% tax rate. There was more distribution of wealth and less concentrated at the top. And it's kind of like, yeah, if you have a bunch of white people, you could be socialist, because then they're all really good. Even the poor ones, they're doing their jobs, and you could be socialist and everybody could have a house. And so the lack of being socialist in America is racism. It's not that they don't believe a society of people could exist and be trusted to try to achieve, even if they got a handout when times are tough. It's just racism. They're worried that the social stuff isn't going to another white family, it's going to a black family, and they're just fucking racist, and with their idea of this parasitic vision that they have. And they're not even politically against any of these kinds of socialist policies. They're just against doing it with people not of their race.
Right.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, there's definitely that component, at least in American history and how everything has come to this point. So it's kind of hard to just forget about it entirely. I'm certain that most of the people we're talking about that affect things wouldn't claim that in any way whatsoever. Yeah, you'll see the honesty on the fringes.
Well, see, that's the thing, though, is they're so disingenuous now about everything. It's really one of the most demoralizing things on the right. Like we're not against legal immigration. We're just against the illegal immigration. But then they bitch about anchor babies, which is a legal thing. Chain migration, which is family reunification, which is legal. It's like, sure sounds like you have why not just say we want to reform immigration?
The other thing is
they're like automatically disingenuous on like every fucking topic that way. They won't just say what they believe.
Yeah, and that's why you have to do the Socratic method and try to get the truth out of them by asking questions. So if you ask them, well, they'll say something like they have a problem with the whole law abiding thing. Like, this is the law, we got to abide by the law, like you were saying. But if you say, well, okay, some of those laws are really terrible and we should change them so it makes it easier for people to come over here and do the work that we need them to do. Yeah. But if you try to say that, then they have to reinforce those terrible laws.
Oh yeah, and
they can't really do that without just.
Or how about with Trump?
Eventually getting to there's too many brown people coming over here.
Well, what about the whole law and order thing? I mean, they're supposed to be the big law and order. They're the one that loves the G-man, but no, not now. And it's a big deep state. Like, they just will switch around to the opposite of their brand, and it's really amazing actually, because they can switch from, they could love North Korea. We can't trust Iran. Let's stop the deal we have with Iran and try to make the same kind of deal with North Korea. You know what I mean? Like, from their point of view, like, I find North Korea super not trustworthy, and Iran, maybe I'm a little bit of an Iranophile. I think we've been fucking that up, and they're very intellectual. They want to get right with the world. Let's just help them. North Korea, a little bit of a cult.
Though.
I don't know which one, but you certainly, even from their point of view, you can't be saying the Iranians just can't be trusted. They signed this deal. We're actually putting inspectors in there. Let's cancel it and make the same deal with North Korea. It's like at the same moment, like there's no consistency in what supposedly they believe in their brand, and it goes to everything. I actually believe they were disgusted by what a horn dog Clinton was. Like, I thought, yeah, that bugs them. It kind of bugs me too. It's a little bit embarrassing. They don't give a fuck. Grab them by the pussy. They do not fucking care about nothing they've said over all of this time. Being traitors, soiling arms to the Iran. Wasn't just a oops. No, they're traitors. Everything they're against, they're for. They're for the things they against. They say they like legal immigration. They don't. It's like I think I would like to challenge anybody to point out something they say they believe they just actually directly believe. Children, education, whatever, apple pie, not raping kids, none of it.
Yeah, it's really bizarre. What is their foundational principle?
Money.
What's their
Money.
driving?
Money.
What drives them to say and do the things they do?
I mean, it's obviously money, but that's the Democrats one, and like, no, it's beyond the weird.
No, but
money.
you
They'll
can
fuck themselves over for money too.
I'm just talking about the guy on the street that votes.
Building the wall's not going to make most of them money. Some contractors that are friends of Trump, it might. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, no, it's weirder than money. Even it's this psychological neurosis.
Yeah. Well,
something
I think
in there.
From working,
it's like a sexual fetish.
Jobs, I think that people. I think that people have honestly internalized the whole market ideology that their bosses are right about everything. That if they didn't, honestly, I think they think that no matter what the boss decides to do, they're only responding to the natural forces of reality, and that's what they have to do.
Yeah.
So the employees all have to, join in lockstep and follow through with it. And they really do believe that. And
I agree with you. Yeah.
But
and this is the new thing. You're talking about office workers. This isn't the way the guys at the gas station and the auto shop had to work in the 60s. I think you're right. But I would add that I think you're talking about an acculturation to the office life.
Well,
where you're chit-chatting around the water cooler, but you better not talk about certain things.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand how that relates to
shove. Just do what the boss says. It's better to get a paycheck than to get fired.
It's economic authoritarianism. They believe
and it's set in
where the true source of authority lies because it's about property.
Yeah.
If you own something, then you're entitled to make all the decisions with respect.
Yeah, and everybody's been brought into that right now. If you're an auto worker, you're working at Midas, you're in that corporate environment. And it's like the corporate/office environment has become everybody's like overlord. Even if you don't work in that thing, you're still in this culture where so many people are dealing with that. And it really is kind of, you do get to a point as a contractor, it's kind of nice because I do it with no reservations and I go ahead and say my piece. But basically it's like, I'm going to be leaving this here town. If you don't want it this way, we do it. You want to do it the stupid way? Okay. You know what I mean? But when you're an employee and you're having to go, you're just deadening yourself of like, my life would be better the next 5 years if I didn't do it this way. Yeah. But he keeps saying, just do it that way. Okay.
What's most demoralizing about working for a big company when you're just a blue collar worker is when the shareholder, when they sell the company, this happened to me like 3 times. They sell the company and the new ownership and the new management, they change everything. And you have no say in anything you do anymore. You just swallow your pride and you wear different clothes. Your all of your behavior with respect to the employees, other employees, and the customers is changed, is scripted for you. The product that you make is decided for you. The method that you actually use to make the product is decided for you. Your schedule is decided for you. And then you start making decisions at home based like about your childcare because of somebody else, some other dumb shit has decided to schedule you at a different time. So now all of a sudden you sleep at a different time and you take your kid to school at a different time. You have to pay somebody else to take care of your kid at a different time for you. I mean, you literally don't run any of your motherfucking life anymore. And these people fall for it. They don't think they have the right to speak up in a union to fight for fucking life. And I've put up with it for so long. When I brought this up in 2 of my different political philosophy classes, both of my professors were like, finally, somebody's fucking saying this. I don't have to fucking tell them, because they don't feel like they can jam this down people's throats. They can't speak this way. They feel like they have to be even-handed about this kind of a topic, but they want to say what I'm saying. Finally, there's somebody in their class that has actually lived and is harmed by it. It's pathetic. These posh kids, you can't. These kids, they go
Posh kids, you're so
they
British.
well, no, it's true. It's fucking true. They send their kids from London to go to school at Queen's.
I want to say on that, the thing about the buying the companies thing, because I was in these .coms and you're trying to get bought and stuff, and we got bought. The weird thing to me was that when you think, this was more in the startup. A regular buyout might not always seem this way. Sometimes your company's struggling and gets bought out. It makes sense they're going to come in and change everything, whatever. But like, I'm at a company, it's doing well. We haven't made money, but it's sexy. So somebody's going to buy us. Then they buy us. You think they're buying you because of what you're doing. No, they buy you and it's like, what were you doing? We were making the Empire State Building. What do you want? We want a water fountain.
Oh.
We want you to, what were you doing? Well, we just spent 5 years perfecting, selling widgets. What do you want? That's what we're planning to do. Well, what are you going to do now? Oh, no. You're going to do performance art. It's like they buy you to make you do something different, which in the long run, now that I'm older, I kind of get it. It's like, oh yeah, you bought that property, but you didn't want a grocery store, so you tore it down and built something else. Totally normal. But it is weird how they come in, and also how the expectation of, hey, brand new culture. So I'm in a programming kind of department, and we're not so good at reacting to that. Usually when people buy and do that, all the programmers end up getting fired or leaving because they're just really not good at that. Because they'd come in and they expect a whole new culture. We do drink at lunch now. No, we don't. Whichever we want. It's like, we make this kind of joke, but we don't make that kind of joke. I mean, every level of cultural thing, besides just, we have a different way of doing the job that you do. We do it in this order, 5 steps, not 7, and it's in this order. Not just that, which would be hard enough to deal with on a personal level, but like every cultural thing, what the vibe is like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how presumptuous. We just have this assumption that it's not just there's no democracy. There is really no individuality recognized in the corporate world.
So it's not democratic, and it's not actually based on meritocracy. It's based on entitlement, property entitlement. And that's the
totally
libertarian justification for distributive justice. It's all about.
Oh yeah, I know. And there's a myth of, and it used to have some truth, a little bit, kind of, not really, working your way up from the mailroom, and then you worked, and now you're the CEO. So of course you decide what color the Christmas tree lights are, and
you deserve it now. Yeah.
But meanwhile, statistically, yeah, that's one guy who tells a good story. Everybody else in the top floor just graduated from Harvard and Stanford. It's totally a pipeline to feed straight to entitlement. Most people did not work their way up through any kind of full, vertical understanding of the business. I've worked every job at this here business. I deserve. No, they just went straight to, MBA kind of business bullshit, and it's entitlement. They still decide what your company culture is and what kind of
Here's a little
parties
like
they throw.
a little nuance about entitlement versus virtue ethics, or not virtue ethics, but desert theory, distributive justice. If people say that they think that the market is, or they adopt the market ideology because they feel like it is a meritocracy, or there's an element of deservingness there. One of the things that I think is interesting is that when you own property, if you own a home in a nicer neighborhood, if your neighbors improve their landscaping or their home in some way, put in a pool, your property value goes up. Do you deserve that? You did not do anything. You did not make any choices. There was no voluntariness in your actions that caused your property value to go up. You did not deserve that in any way. You are entitled to it, but you do not deserve it. The same is true as if a realtor sells a $500,000 house versus a $100,000 house. They probably didn't actually do anything more other than be knowing a wealthier family and sell to a wealthier family. It depends on who you're serving rather than what you're doing. So there isn't in many cases, there isn't an element of desert with respect to the economy. And so, and these are just, I don't know.
Well, you're touching on this idea of, or relates to this Henry George idea I've gotten into. And he's pointing out that who really deserves the increase of rent value, at least for the undeveloped land, is the government, because they build a road, they put in a school, these things all. But it is also true of your neighbors. It's more complicated. It's not, or not more complicated. It's not a Henry George aspect. But what's cool about this, it's a very juicy thing for our philosophical thoughts that want to overlap with social ideas and to help be productive and how we can make it better, is that it really gets to the core of your property value. Is a great example of how that's society. It's the government, but it's also your neighbor. You could try to have rules. Hey, don't put any cars up on blocks. That's the common thing in when they make a division. But
look how it affects renters. Look how it affects renters. It disincentivizes renters,
or whether it's capitalist labor, renters
of their life. There's no financial incentive for a renter to improve their environment at all.
Right. No, they have an incentive to keep the property value in that neighborhood low.
Yeah.
If anything, but they don't usually express that because they like being in a nice place. So a lot of my friend renters have the experience of significantly improving, their slumlord's property and not really benefiting in the long run, except for they lived there 10 years and it was way nicer than if they'd left it shitty.
Right.
But yeah, no, I think it gets, I don't really know where it all leads, but I think that's what leads to a better understanding of value, as opposed to value as like what you personally dig. And I like mist on the lake or whatever, it's
very
more
Marxist,
social.
though. It's not just Marxist, it's actually Aristotelian and Platonic.
Or how much does the rest of the audience help you like a movie or not? I mean, I'm sorry I steamrolled over you, but this is kind of a weird tangent, but the same thing, maybe I'm saying, like, if you're in a theater and the experience is affected by if everybody else is laughing or not, right? The actual value of that movie, that art to you is somewhat of a function of your communities, the value of it to your community. Right?
Yeah.
Or is that different?
Well,
maybe that was too far of a segue, but I think the point is I'm Mr. Individualistic. I'm rugged individualist is a language I used to use. I still would, but again, the libertarians took it over to mean some different thing. And so whatever, but I am coming from that sort of angle. And so in a way, this is, though it's been decades and decades since I have these ideas, but I'm just like, to me, there's some sort of way to dig into this, and it has to do with your land value example of it is really your community that can create the individual value to you as an individual, to you selling it, to you enjoying it. In the movie case, you're actually enjoying the movie more.
Well,
And that it is dependent on a community, that our individuality is generated by the environment. We're just
your example of that you enjoying your property more or your environment more because your neighbor improved their property that's legitimate too, but there are two separate things. There's the actual value that you have, which is subjective, or it could be relatively objective if you are if the value goes up and you can eat better because of it, let's say, that's more of an objective value than if you just appreciate it more. But
right, like if you're subletting an apartment.
There's a quantifiable exchange value that changes, that is a transferable social power that you get from owning property that you don't get if you don't own property. So if you
yeah,
if you live in a place where you're renting, you're disincentivized, and what I don't understand is why people that advocate property ownership in the sense that they think that people care of what they own and they will be personally invested in it. Those same fucking people want to exclude as many people as possible from ownership of things because they want power over them. They're not actually they don't want people to be property owners. If they did, they would want employees to be part owners of every company because the company would be more successful then. But they don't believe their own fucking ideology.
Part of my frustration is like this. When I was younger, it's like, man, there's too much greed in the world. But over the last 20 years, it's become like, actually, if people were greedy, more of that libertarian greed theory would work out. People actually aren't greedy. They're fucking hateful. They're trying to keep other people down. They're not trying to become as rich as possible. They're actually trying to keep the other people from being rich because of an emotional thing where it's easier just to keep them poor than being twice as rich. I'm already rich. I'll keep them down. And it's like, it's like worse than greed. The way I perceive our current society. It's not just greed, and can't people see bigger visions? No, they're hateful. They're trying to bring down the other people. It's not just greed.
Like a
We'd be better off we'd be better off. The actual libertarian greed could be good theory. We're not actually at that height. That would be above us. And it still would be as bad as we think it is. It'd be selfish, and it would but we're actually worse than that. We're in the point where people are wanting to keep out refugees, not out of greed, but just out of hatefulness. That's the thing that's what's the big downer for me politically right now. And it's been that way for decades, except for Trump really has brought this all to the surface, like the big giant boil popped or whatever. You had to face all this stuff and the smell that you'd already smelt. You had to go like, oh, it's really there. I was hoping I was just imagining that. Ugh. But yeah, I think the real estate thing is a very good example. And also you're getting into a little bit of, I've always had the I want to own bug, but I've also had people that are like, no, actually, that's slavery itself. You want to, it's better. And then I see as a renter the benefit of, I had some problems up at my garage. The electricity coming from the ground into my garage was smoking and sparking. And luckily we noticed it because it's like 100 feet away, separate.
When you were renting?
Right now, no, just a couple of days ago. And I had to deal with it myself. And when you're a renter, even by the Henry George thing, yeah, you're a renter by Henry George. Yeah. You're renting the house. That's a piece of capital wealth. The property, you should just pay a tax on or something. And what's the difference? Well, when that shit happens, I tell my landlord, he fucking worries about getting a plumber because as my homeowner, you can, it could take 2 weeks to get a plumber or an electrician out. Luckily, I got an electrician now, and he ran right out. But So there's
But it's-
benefits
I
to
mean-
being. You were also kind of pointing out that it's not necessarily the bee's knees. Like we're all kind of inculcated to want to buy this house. European countries and many people say actually it's not that great. Ownership society isn't as good as a society where you're a renter but you're not going to get kicked out because it's a first world country. Kind of would be a better situation, right? You were being a little skeptical that even the dream of owning is all that.
But everybody,
set up
I
to
think
be.
everybody wants a measure of autonomy and
Right.
decision-making
But you
power.
can have that as a renter, right? Renters should have these rental rights where, you know, it is your house legally kind of a thing, you know.
And I don't
You have to
think
pay somebody
there's
else to
something
keep that going.
There's something to be said for rights and responsibilities are come together, right? It's not just it's not just about entitlement. It comes with responsibility. I think a lot of times owners, like for instance, I brought this up not too long ago. If we allow people to pass their wealth on to their children, shouldn't we also require the children to take on any debt from their parents? Because that would disincentivize people from taking major risks because they know there really isn't actual risk they can see.
Yeah.
We
Except for
want,
I would say that just shows how the kids don't really have a right to that. And it should be limited, heavily limited.
well, exactly. They don't deserve the inheritance any more than the people.
And especially when you're talking about when you're talking about your dad has $5 billion and all you're going to get to have is $3 million. Oh, you know what I mean? It's not like we're saying you're going to have to starve. No, it's still, you still are a trust fund baby that gets to travel every year. What are you complaining about? I mean, that's the other thing. If you do the math, everybody, even poor people, understand enough about like the scale of money about, God, these guys have so much money. If you have $10 million, that's $100,000 for what? 100 years. You're not going to starve or even not have health care. Right? That's livable. So, I mean, and 10 million, that's not even a thing now. Nobody's famous for having $10 million. You know, so it's just ridiculous. The 100 billion type numbers we're talking about, but
your hopes and dreams and your personal decision making and autonomy are not going to be restricted by only having a couple of $1 million instead of $50 million.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where I'm coming from a frame of mind that I received from my culture. And so I still do remember like this idea that your kids are enough like you, that since you won the money, or not won it, but you earned it, and you know, you tricked the system and figured out something good, everybody loves it. And you want the money to go to them. So somehow that's the same as those kids deserving it. But really, yeah, I don't have that anymore. Now I'm more like, I have a little bit of it. Like, well, we got to let them funnel enough money that those kids have health care and, you know, they should be able to. But it's funny because really what I'm saying is those rich people should be able to fund their kids with a universal basic income that actually everybody should be funded with. And then they wouldn't have to worry about it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of, we're in a weird, we're just not at the end of history like we were taught. You know, we're definitely in the middle.
When I was exploring that whole desert theory for that paper, one of the things that came up was religious ideas. And because I was thinking about the antinatalism argument and how it is similar to either Buddhism or Christianity in the sense that it has a negative value attached to life, that is inherently mostly suffering, or that it is sinful, inherently sinful, that it is it's like a disassociation from gods. And so it's a fallen state of some kind.
Or fallen state, right.
So in that case, nobody deserves to be born because it's a negative thing. You didn't deserve a penalty. you didn't do anything wrong to deserve this negative state of being alive. But if you actually value life as like a gift, you still didn't deserve life. You didn't deserve to be born. You didn't do anything to deserve this in a good sense. But then I was thinking there are some forms of religion, like reincarnation type, where they think that you actually did
Right.
something in
Right.
previous
Even the
life.
atheist Buddhism has that kind of karmic
Yeah.
thing, right? Doesn't it? It's not
Well,
just
some,
Hindu.
yeah, some forms do.
So, yeah. Well, here's the thing that's interesting with you bringing this up, and I do think it's related to the idea of rights. And I think, to me, my approach that I wish we could, I think, pursue, I think, is what I've pursued, as you know, it seems like, as I'm thinking about it right now, but who knows, could fall apart. But is that I want, it's like people discovering there's no meaning. There's no real meaning. Sure, we think stuff has this meaning, but we just invented the meaning. Whereas my attitude is like, yeah, life invents meaning.
Yep.
Yay, we found some. Where'd it come from? I don't know. Where'd the gold come from? I don't know. Somehow gold gets made into nuggets, and we found some. It's an interesting question. Let's figure out but it's not that there is no meaning, right? So we're inventing the meaning. We're inventing rights. We should have an attitude of, why people deserve to be treated with respect? Because we invented that.
Right.
People didn't even exist before people invented being people. Evolutionarily got
Because nobody
invented.
deserves.
As if we could take credit for inventing ourselves. But let's say we took credit for inventing ourselves, then we go, why are we here? Why do we deserve to even exist? Well, because we did it. And why do rights because hey, we made that. You know what I mean? And just enjoy it. And that it means, yeah, it's a little bit arbitrary, but it doesn't mean you can't say it's not a good thing. So that's the funny thing, because that's what you're making me think. And yet, you know what? I'm an American. I can switch right over to the other side of that coin with all of these entitled people that think they deserve shit they ought to work hard for, like being scientists for that matter. Hey, actually, before we finish, I want to tell you, no, you're one of a handful of a half a dozen people, I would estimate, where I can remember something I learned where it was like, you convinced me, right? But you weren't necessarily trying to convince me. You were telling me what you believed. But because of what you said to me, I was like, oh, and you changed my mind in a major way, right? Like my example I always use is Casino McCool proved to me pi was a more real number than the number 2, not the other way around. And so one, if you're curious, I'll tell you what it was. And 2, I'm wondering if you could guess what it was.
I think it has to do with because I think you told me this before, but I'll take a stab at it.
Oh, well, then that's cheating, but go ahead.
Does it have to do with that science is ultimately oriented toward technology, and there is an aspect of it that it necessitates war? Like in the, I think the example,
yeah.
Archimedes, was it Archimedes?
Archimedes was, even though I knew that example, that was one that it was like,
Okay.
oh yeah, because I knew it already. I was like, oh yeah, I just was ignoring that aspect of it.
Okay.
So it wasn't the technology. That always confused me because I always thought it was technology. And if you ask me, I would say, well, technology is why it overlapped with war. Everybody interested in technology exploited science to unknowable means.
Oh.
But then Leonardo and Archimedes, and it's like I'm well familiar with the history of science of, yeah, a bunch of these kings hired these famous and sometimes not as famous, but pretty impressive scientific minds in their little laboratories to make freaking, war machines and stuff.
Yeah.
And there was even a lot of legend, like did Archimedes or was it Leonardo make the giant magnifying glass, or was it just a myth? There's like legend about it.
To burn the sails.
So yeah, and various things like that. Okay, and so, but in that conversation, yeah, what I realized, so I would have used technology as the excuse for why other people exploit in a negative way science, but then I reviewed that as you were saying, and I'm like, okay, no, there really is It's like with chemistry, you've got physics ended up joining with chemistry, and so did alchemy. And it's like two different parents. If you want to look at the genealogy, and obviously there's infinite of influences, but if you're looking at major currents, and I realized, holy shit, I mean, I didn't give up my idea that, you know, people lying on their back in the meadow at night looking at the stars is one side of where science came from. Wow, it's pretty. Look, maligns. You know, on the other hand, I had to face facts that, yeah, that didn't do the whole thing. And when you look, yeah, and where's the money coming from now? And is how much, you know, and NASA does have a military impact. How much of that is a corruption? And I realized, you know, a lot of stuff I'd explained as a corruption is like, sometimes you can call thing a perpetual corruption, and it's a way of pretending it's not just a part of that culture, right? Like, oh, the football kids just party a lot, so they end up raping a lot. It's like, no, it's actually part of the culture. You know, so anyway, the thing is, in short, was, yeah, I had to admit that was one of the parents, and way more influential to the point of, yeah, maybe being the more than 50% driver of science. And I happen to like this undercurrent of people that are just want to figure out how things work.
Yeah. Well,
and then a lot of people I love, though, like Archimedes or Newton, they were mixed on that. They had some of that, I want to know how stuff works, but Archimedes, God damn it, he wanted to fucking blow some shit up too. I mean, that's, you know, it wasn't just selling out because I got a skill, I know how to. So anyway, yeah, that was, yeah, I had to.
My learning curve on that was Galileo, because I read a really good biography on him, and he's a complicated guy. I mean, he's a top-notch, you know, empiricist, but he was also full of human flaws, you know, and he liked to point the finger and deflect because there was so much, probably because there was so much religious tension and you know, the jeopardy of being burned at the stake or something like that. He tried to make other people look like the bad guy, and you know, he did things like selling the compasses for cannons to other countries, to several other countries, and patenting the
Galileo.
Galileo did, yes.
Interesting, yeah. I mean, some of this accusation sounds familiar in tone, but I guess I don't know any of it. That's,
well,
yeah.
His about the motion of the Earth was actually wrong, and that's a documented fact. I mean, he was right that the Earth moves, but his proof that the Earth moved was wrong, and so because his proof relied on the fact that there was only one tide per day. And so the scientists of the day knew that he was wrong. So they thought that he was trying to pull over some kind of hoax on them.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
The other Jesuit astronomers knew that he was wrong about something. So anyway.
I'm reading this book that I think I got back in college, and I just been kind of hanging out with it, of ancient. And I have some other ones I've read a couple times, but this one's just been hanging out. So, and I happen to just be going through this part, and he's pointing out a really interesting thing about the fathers of modern astronomy with Kepler and Galileo, and neither one of them is as modern as we think. I mean, and I forget always, I get it confused. But so Galileo still thought it was perfect circular movement, not nearly as mechanical as you thought. He just thought the sun was in the center, and then Kepler had kind of broken some of that, but he still had a magical. What was the thing with him?
Because they didn't
knew
know
they were going in ellipses, but he still separated. Oh, I know what it was. He thought the celestial mechanics was a separate physics from on Earth. Galileo said it's all kind of the same, but he was wrong because it had the perfect circle still. Kepler was like, no, look, you can look empirically. It's ellipses up there, but that it's magically separate from the Earth. But between the two of them, but also this book says it was really Descartes, by separating out the three existing things, you know, one's God, forget that, but the extans and the cogitans or whatever, that even though again he recovered from Renaissance naturalism into and invented a kind of mechanism, but again it's ironic because the guy that created mechanism, he didn't believe in mechanism. His other two things were fucking every ideas and God, you know, but just by separating it out and making its own thing and kind of focusing on let's figure this shit out. You know, he said, look, we can find out pattern without meaning. It'll be a lot easier. And really, it's like us debating on YouTube. When you have pattern without meaning, you can talk about it dispassionately and say it falls fast or slow by the squared law, by the cube law, and be a little bit more dispassionate than when every single thing, like, you know, if it doesn't match a regular solid, you hate God. Imagine how hard it was to talk about physics when everything was like, when physics was like a political view.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I didn't know why I recounted that. Well, you brought it up, but yeah, it was kind of interesting thing. The Kepler, yeah, but they didn't talk about like those kinds of corruptions of Galileo, but he does sort of undermine him in that. Because I have to admit, I think of Galileo as the start of the modern with, you know, things of different weight fall at the different speed. I'm going to actually test it. And you forget that, no, they had this magical kind of thinking. It had to be a circle. The universe had to be perfect.
One of the things that exposed him that he wasn't perfect was, or that he had certain allegiances and certain commitments that weren't true, was when he committed himself to his theory that comets were just an optical illusion. And one of the other Jesuit astronomers was in his writings.
You cut out at Jesuit astronomer.
Yeah, there was another.
You cut out for a couple seconds, right? As you said, this other Jesuit astronomer, etc. So you got to go back.
The other Jesuit astronomer was looking at comets, and he like measured them and he wrote that they were like actual moving bodies, and Galileo thought that they were just optical illusions due to his faulty equipment or whatever.
Yeah.
But he denounced this guy as being like an occultist and wrong, and tried to smear his character.
Really? That's interesting. I'm gonna have to look into this Galileo dirt. This is juicy.
Well, but it was just one aspect. But
but it doesn't surprise me. There's a lot of this kind of stuff, right? Even the Kepler stuff. It's like where I like the undercurrent sometimes of science. Even before you convinced me that it had a dark undercurrent, you know, there's a soap opera to it, of like with Kepler. Kepler stole all those numbers from Tycho, who was totally protective of him, and he had great eyesight or something. People still don't understand. His numbers were so perfect. No, but he stole the data, and the guy didn't want to share his data. They were some of those guys were real protective, and he was one of them. But he was like the apprentice, so he worked for him. And then Tycho died, and he grabbed all the notes, and all those notes was why he was able to do the math to go, is this following a circle or an ellipse or etc. Because they were so accurate, and he understood it was perspective math or whatever, you know, from the Earth's point of view. And so Kepler was smart and open-minded, and he deserves some credit, but there's a big part of it is he had this data that was rare. Nobody had data so good, and to the point where, I mean, a lot of people speculated, like, no, he's like, you know, Michael Jordan has big lungs and makes him good at basketball. This guy had great eyesight and a steady hand or whatever. He got really good, the best observations, you know, by eye, I'm pretty sure, you know, as far as recorded. So so there's all these accidents as well, and someone like Galileo could have the accident of being at the right party and deciding, you know, the sun is in the center, and being popular enough to have spread that around and been the Neil deGrasse Tyson of it. So, but I do love Galileo. I'm not real into bail on him that much right away. But it's interesting. There's a lot of bad behavior. Like I read this biography that this guy wrote recently about Einstein. Really interesting. A lot of history of science. Yeah, some people aren't great dads. Me too. You know, I mean, it's like you learn. Or I was depressed when I learned Bob Marley was cheating on his wife. I mean, I knew he was a musician, but I was like, this is Bob Marley. Or Martin Luther King, or you get disappointed in some sort of character flaw, but it's not really that surprising. Like, look what happened to Edison. Edison was a total demented asshole, cruelty to animals asshole. Yeah. But on the other hand, I'm not willing to give up the fact that he also took things that were 100 years old that were just novelties in labs and turn them into useful things. I think he still deserves credit as, a master inventor. It's like people, but on the other hand, Galileo's pretty high up there in the clouds for you to be telling me he was some petty bastard like that.
No,
I'll look it up though. I'll look it up.
But if you look at look up what his proof was for the movement of the Earth. You will know it's wrong.
Sure, I'll check it. I mean, just like layman style, but I mean, I guess educated. And I always just characterize it as he looked at Jupiter. No, not Jupiter. He looked at Saturn, saw the moons going around. Boom. Everything else was just like, get it done.
No,
but you're saying his actual proof.
It's way more interesting than that period. You would actually totally find it.
I will. I'll look it up. Is there any keywords I need? Maybe let me see right now. Is it easy as that? If I say Galileo. Well, there's probably like a paper or something he posted somewhere, right? It should be a thing.
His
Phases of Venus. Yeah, that was another one of his things, right? The phases of Venus. I remember that.
Well, that's why he thought that they were just like the moon.
These were his hints, but you're talking about something else of why it includes Earth.
His proof included the fact that he thought that it had to do with Galilean relativity, and that the moon. He accused Kepler of occultism because Kepler said that the moon caused the tides, but
this book I was talking about was mentioning that, not that particular thing, but that they had this animosity, like about.
Yeah.
Which is weird because from my point of view, when I went to science class, it's like these two guys, they're what we believe now, basically. These guys reset it, and it's like, but they hated each other.
Yeah. Well, they both wanted the credit for proving it.
Yeah, and they were both wrong as much as right.
But Kepler had better science.
Kepler has a mathematical beauty, but then Galileo. No, I guess Kepler is more those ratios. What the Kepler's laws? It's some pretty nice stuff.
I have to try to remember now. Galileo's fundamental mistake was that he thought that the tides proved the motion of the Earth. And the tides don't prove the motion of the Earth; they prove the
motion of the moon, right?
Of the moon.
I never heard that, or at least I'm not. Yeah. It's not ringing a bell.
The thing was that everybody knew since Aristotle. This was what the fundamental belief of Aristotle was, that in order to prove that the Earth can move, you need to be able to show parallax with respect to the stars. And since the stars are so fucking far away,
they never could do it.
They couldn't do it. But Kepler did, and Galileo didn't think it was necessary. He tried to prove to the church that that the tides were the proof.
See, I think Kepler did with Tycho's data. I think that's part of that angle there, right? Because his data was so good. Yeah, he found it. But anyway, I don't know about that. I might be pushing it.
But look at when it was finally proved that there was parallax error from springtime to autumn for the Earth's motion. From one end of the cycle to the other end of the cycle. It wasn't until 1832. That was when it was finally actually measured. And so that's fundamental.
Oh no, bullshit. I just looked that up because I'm good at the internet. I typed the right thing. It was like discovery of sterile or parallax. 1838, it was confirmed. 1838. Yeah, 1832, a guy thought of it. Oh, it took him 6 years. Oh, you burn. I'm just kidding.
But you look at, that's about when the church.
Friedrich Bessel.
What?
According to Wikipedia, Friedrich Bessel
Okay.
actually did the
So
first measurement that was confirmed to measure it.
So that's a pretty significant that Aristotle.
So they're saying Kepler may not have actually had evidence of it. He was asserting it. The data he had might not have been accurate enough.
But that's interesting, though, that Aristotle was smart enough to know that that would be a definitive.
Should happen, yeah.
That, you know, in order to
well,
know.
that's like that guy, you know, there was some fairly ancient guy, not actually ancient, but again, like Galileo or something, that thought of black holes.
Oh, really?
Well, he said there should, you know, that something will be so big. You know, he thought of the idea of black holes like way back 17 or.
I kind of wanted to get your opinion on Berkeley too, since you went to Berkeley. Have you ever read his dialogues?
Yeah, we read, but I've never really read him on my own. But yeah, we had to do a bunch, and I remember I had this one professor, and it was funny. He was like, "There's three famous guys of empiricism, and it's I guess Locke and Hume and Berkeley, but he said." But I think they just put Berkeley in there because they like threes. They always have to have three of them. There's always three of them. He was this old, I think Watson or something was his name, Berkeley. And so, yeah, so I don't really remember like a lot of the ideas. I don't necessarily am good at distinguishing from everybody else, but I remember thinking it was pretty good. It was pretty decent Western philosophy. I certainly recognize like common ideas we kind of take for granted out of all three of those guys for sure.
I'm really looking forward to, because I found like 5 academic articles that sort of linking James Joyce with Berkeley, because Joyce references Berkeley throughout Ulysses. And so people think that it's just a clue. It's not really it's just like his artistic epistemology was so influenced by Berkeley because it brought him to his senses. You know, it brought him right into phenomena. Like that's where you have to mine your artistic meaning from, is your everyday fucking experience. And he really did it. I actually had to make a presentation on James Joyce last week, and I called him the last vampire of Dublin, because he immortalized that city and himself through Dubliners by just like sucking the essence out of everyday fucking life, man. He drew the blood out of that city, out of every person that he met. And it's metaphor. But the funny thing was, though, that the reason I called him vampire was because I didn't realize that Irish Gothic culture is very steeped in vampire and like Gothic monster type stuff. And I wasn't aware of that. So I kind of used that in my presentation. But
how would that be, by modern influence, or is there some vampire analog in the actual like?
Well, in Irish literature, the cult, the 19th century and 18th century, there's like this strange vampire mythology that I was unaware of. And Bram Stoker was actually an Irish author. I was unaware of that, but
oh, interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, but it was just funny because we had to read a few.
Well, I think there's vampiric kind of mythology, throughout the dark side of things, but it is kind of interesting. So yeah, I mean, there's stuff that's close enough you could see that it's similar, whether it's the drinking blood or bats, but there's definitely
the idea of sucking the essence out of life and immortalizing not only your victim but yourself.
Yeah, and actual blood drinking, because, you know, I mean, predators drink blood and humans even. It's not a totally It's a natural nightmare and realistic throughout, you know, the evolution of humans or whatever. It's a thing. It's not totally like but anyway, yeah, no, I didn't know that either.
Anyway,
But so yeah, and you're living in Europe. What about forget the academic, just being abroad? This is a big thing. How long have you been over there now? It's been a year at least, right?
no, I just got here in January 3rd.
Oh, okay. But you've been talking
got
about
here.
it. So it's just brand new. Oh, wow. That's exciting. That's great.
Yeah, I'm only going to be
The
here
green rolling hills.
10 weeks. Well, yeah.
You're only there 10 weeks. So what's going on? How's it working? What are you doing?
Well, I'm just going to school, and I'll be here till June, so it's fine. I'm finally meeting people and actually doing things with other people rather than just my studies, so it's fun. I met a chick that she's a couple years younger than me, but she's from Glasgow, and she teaches mathematics over in Donegal on the other side of Ireland. So we've been hanging out every once in a while, just about every weekend.
So wait, what's the situation though? You're just there for one semester or something, or
Yeah,
quarter?
5 months.
Oh, I see. Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, that's
So anyway,
fun.
yeah, I
And
really
you're meeting people over there, and you. Oh well,
Yeah,
you've got a friend. That makes it difficult when you don't want to leave.
well, that's part of it too. I had
That's always a thing of the traveling or traveling and working, but any temporary like traveling and student.
right. You kind of have
But
to
it's
keep
also
it
the
in
good
check.
side. That's great. No, what a great experience. Yeah. So I'm 51. I forget how old you are, but whatever. I think it's also a great thing that it shows too that um, things keep happening. I remember when I was a kid, I got in a fight with my mom, and it was like, "But I'm young, and it's more important. Your life's wasted, Mom. You're already old. Who cares? Stop getting on my back. I got things to figure out." And she was actually like, as a baby boomer, "Yeah, that's right." And it's like over the years, and my stepfather also told me that's bullshit. Everybody's life, that's a day in a human life. Shut up. Who's more important? You know what I mean? Like things are over, or you, because also my mom was 18 when I was born, so I was like 18. So she's like 35 at that point. Mom, you're old. Well, it's all over for you. Just I gotta figure shit out, Mom. You know, and in reality, it's like no, and you start again, or it's not really ever starting again, but it also is, and it's fresh, or it's just whatever, a trip. But how awesome of an example. You really, really, I won't want to say lucky because, you know, whatever, you worked for it and you thought about it and all that. And we've seen you for years. So I see how you know, luck wouldn't really be the right word, but it's lucky also because that's
Well,
really
it
cool.
is.
And a
Some
foreign
of it is.
country and also Irish. And
Some of it is
especially
totally
fun.
luck, and some of it was, you kind of make your own luck to some degree.
Yeah, for sure.
But like, I mean, I could have. Basically, what happened was I was working at a full-time job, and since we got bought out by another company, and they took the
That
technology,
bumps you into it.
I had the opportunity to go to school, and I could have chosen to just get another job, but I decided no, I'm going to go to school. Then I chose a school that allowed me to do this study abroad program, so I did.
And
So
it reminds me a little, for some reason, even though it's totally different or no, you know what it is? It's as an outsider or a third party. I really liked watching Old Fan find an art school and all of that she did. I really like
did you do
watching
that?
people. I like watching people go to school. Oh yeah, over the last 5 years or whatever, she went and she did, and she was going to go to Chicago, and there was all these maybe here, maybe there, and all the anxiety, and then boom, and you're making a commitment to do all this work and basically make no money but spend money and
Yeah.
and then I don't know, it's a really romantic. It's like better than watching people take a vacation, which I also like the silver lining of the evil that is the body of the cloud of Facebook. It's like, oh, I got to watch my AK uncle take a European vacation. Totally worth it.
Yeah.
Steal all my information. Fair deal. But yeah, no, it's really neat seeing that.
I'm starting to realize though that I'm absolutely not academically inclined at all. I've had every single fucking teacher keeps telling me that I should keep going, and I honestly I don't think my
Well, that reminds me of Chad African. You know, you'd mentioned one time talking to him. I would love to talk to him.
He's a good guy.
On a million different things.
My motivation for not wanting to do it is different than his now. I'm getting a bad attitude because honestly, I don't.
You're not just coming around to his way of, because I watched you guys discuss, not every time you did, but
well, no,
you know, like the whole thing and his cynicism.
He has a different rationale for why he's upset with it, and I sympathize with it.
Well, is it that he likes doing the intellectualism, but they are kind of bullshit? You're saying, no, even if they weren't bullshit, maybe it's not my cup of tea, though.
What I don't like
is that the difference?
Pulling things in really, really fast and then spitting out papers. I think it's bullshit for me. I don't.
That is the kind of thing he's saying is bullshit. So you're on the same page, it sounds like. I mean, because that's a part of his thing, is that there's too much sucking stuff out of and regurgitating, and even if it's some Zizek genius thing that you're reading, you're not really, it's just in and out.
Well, I had here's the deal that just happened. I had to write a paper. I just told you about that for my my political philosophy class, and it was fine. I really like my teacher because he's all about workplace democracy. That's his thing. So he could be like a mentor to me. We just
cool. Yeah, that's what I was trying bending that, but he's already that's what I thought that issue's really about.
We had a guy from Czech Republic come, and he was a guest teacher, and we had a tutorial, and he didn't know anybody in town, so I took him over to this cafe, and we sat and talked for like an hour and a half, and it was cool because I don't know anybody here except for this woman that I met from Scotland, and it was like the first adult that I've talked to in a long time. We sat there, and he's like maybe 40 at the most, and to get his perspective on things was really helpful to me. And I started to he even told me, well, because I was complaining about the fact that how am I supposed to do a 2,000 word essay with 10 sources from like 10 different, like, it seems like way too many sources for a 2,000 word essay. I can't even get my own thoughts in with 10 sources, for fuck's sake. I mean, it's an 8-page fucking essay. How am I?
Before you even said that, was my thought.
I know. I told.
And then I was wondering, is he going to tell me he thinks 2,000 words is a lot? How am I going to fill that up? Because that's so short. Yeah.
I told him. I told my fucking teacher. I mean, I like my teacher, but I told him, you know what? I have 2,400 words already, and I've used 4 sources because I feel like I have a lot of experience with workplace democracy, and I have my own things that I want to say in response to every fucking source. I can't use 10 sources. I'll have a 5,000 word essay. And he said, I know it's really difficult. He doesn't have any leeway with this. So I ended up writing an essay with 6 sources instead of 10.
Well, you know what? In their defense, I would say, like, when I went to school, and Berkeley was kind of rare in that there was no 20-page essays. No, the challenge is you get 8 pages.
I understand.
You know, and everybody's writing 10 pages, and it's like, no, we're counting you off for this. So in a way, the part where it's like a riddle, it's an unsolvable riddle, and by solving it, you will learn, grasshopper. Right. I could get that.
I appreciate the short essay.
But you need to just have a sentence in your own word, and then you have an elevated footnote symbol, and then you have the footnote. You don't actually quote them or anything.
Well, maybe I should have taken that route.
No, I think that's the trick. I think that's the counter It doesn't actually make a better paper, but I mean, that's the way to just
Well, but when
comply. I've been in the corporate world a long time. I'm probably acculturated to that. Like, I think I'm a big rebel, but I probably just have a bunch of mechanisms for maintaining my brand as a rebel while doing whatever you ask, sir. Thank you.
well, when I was talking to this guy from the
I'm not
Czech
that way at
Republic,
all. I'm a total rebel. They hate me.
I told him my dilemma was that I don't feel like I can write a 2,000 word essay with 10 sources and do anything any justice. I can't say what I think, and I can't really find things in 10 different sources that represent something that I want to say.
Well, you know what I find since college, okay, one thing, it's good that college teaches you how to do some of that sourcing. And when you go to graduate school, they really triple down on it. And it's a hard skill. So knowing how to acknowledge and reference. But on the other hand, yeah, I'm not sure that it's not damaging, because, like, look on the YouTube, you got your Lauren Southern, who does this kind of thing. A lot of these alt-writers, you go to check their sources, the sources say something totally opposite.
Well,
but it's a bunch of smoke and mirrors that academia has taught these bright A student kids of how to basically lie with a lot of cover. So is it really? So I mean, I think we need to go back. Philosophy especially needs to refocus on, look, don't have any sources. If you have to confess that you got this idea from another philosopher, go ahead and tell us in a footnote so you're not a plagiarist. So we know you got that from a book you read. But basically, don't pretend you're smart enough to really know Nietzsche's idea. You stole what you thought you read. It's your idea. It's your idea. You defend. You know that they need to focus on that. Actually, one thing I liked about Berkeley is in the undergraduate, it definitely had a lot of that. On the other hand, I also had graduate students that it'd be like, you ignored the Western tradition. It's like, yeah, you told us the Western tradition and then you told us all these outliers. I went with one of the outliers. Yeah, we told you the tradition. You went with the one. You're not supposed, you got to go. No, you know, but at the graduate students, the professors were way too savvy. They'd be like, no, you're supposed to think for yourself. So it was kind of a mixed bag, but there was a little bit of both. But yeah, I think you need to really focus on people's individual creation of their own ideas. That's the benefit of a philosophy degree.
Well, if you're going to write 2,000 words, 2,000 words, I barely crammed it into like 8 pages. How am I supposed to get? Because I actually asked a couple of the other students after class one day. I said, "Is he intending us or expecting us to like? Is he primarily focused on what our argument is, or are we supposed to be analyzing other people's arguments? Because he wants 10 sources. How am I supposed to put my own ideas in 2,000 words?
See, what I would like what I would say would be fair in that kind of, with what I'm kind of guessing he might be going for, is make you read 10 sources. Make you list in the appendix that you read 10 sources. Just don't make you refer to them. Don't make you refer to them in 2,000 words. Say what you think now after you read these 10 sources that you're going to tell me, and I'm a professor, so I'm going to know 8 of those sources, and I'm going to have an idea of what you took out of them. You know, I mean, I would say, yeah, it is ridiculous. You should not have to do a cited paper of that size.
Well,
with more than 1 or 2 sources, really. And then only if you're writing on their philosophy, as opposed to giving your own position. You shouldn't have to support your position with 10 sources ever, I would say. But then again, I'm an outlier. I don't believe philosophy should be done that way. I mean, I think that's the way you should do physics and biology. Philosophy, not so much. You can't really, there's no weight to authorities in philosophy.
He was the guy, he's my main teacher. He just said, you probably, you know, if you did half as many sources and you really were thorough, he probably, you know, he would find it acceptable. Or, you know, if you had a good argument built into it, it would be fine. But that's not what he told me when I had a private conversation with him. So I gave him 6 sources, and I gave him my best argument in 2,142 words. So anyway, it was basically what I told you earlier, that I think that ultimately desert theory of distributive justice is weak, but it is a good way to undermine market ideology as a source of authority, and that's what I stuck with. So whatever. We'll see what happens. I don't even care, honestly. I write what I write, and if it's not good enough, that's it.
My wife's here. She's saying she wants to go to Belfast. Have you seen the documentaries called Hands?
What is it called?
Hands? About throwing clay. What's it have to do with Ireland? So not really much about Ireland, except for it's about pottery, which you love, and it happened to be in Ireland.
Okay.
They make the clay right out of the dirt. They have natural clay they don't even have to add anything to. She loves clay.
She's a potter.
She's a good potter. Yeah, she's really good. Like, she'll make things and they actually aren't super heavy, and they look like things you'd buy. You can
Things
drink
that you
and
smoke
eat.
out of?
No, she's never made any pipes or anything that I know of. Jen, you ever made a pipe? They break in the kiln, she says.
Oh. Well, I better get going. It's getting kind of late here, but thanks for.
All right. Yeah, nice talking to you. I'm glad you. That's a good way to do it. I'll see a comment on YouTube because I check YouTube for stuff quicker than my actual email and stuff. So that's actually a pretty good way to get a hold of me. All right, cool. Take it easy. Nice talking to you. We'll have to get Dospook in here next time too. That's the dangerous trio. I like that one too.
Okay.
All
Good
right.
night.
All right. Good night. Bye.